Oh, no. That's Trade Proposals. We are live, pal.
Oh, we're live?
Well, we are now.
Oh.
We are live now. You are looking live. They're out there eating red, white, and blue cupcakes.
Well, at least they offered you one.
Well, they didn't. They're just sitting on the table. Yeah. They did not look good at all. Those were not from one of our finer establishments, I don't think. I think someone got those at Safeway.
Oh. They went heavy budget?
No knock on Safeway. I'm just saying they definitely came out of a plastic box or a plastic box.
Somebody grabbed the last box at 11 p.m. last night.
I should stop touching buttons. I don't hear. Oh, I guess if I want to hear you, I might need to plug in.
It works.
That might be the issue.
It works.
Of hand. Sorry, Jesse, if I'm messing with stuff out here.
No Matt. I took it off the rundown, but no Matt George today.
All right. Hello.
What's up, loved ones? Music coming.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Come on in here. Get comfortable. This is our last show of the week. We welcome you in here for the Thursday, May 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me!
He is our ESPN 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham.
Acknowledge me.
Talk to our man, Kenny Caraway, this morning. He'll be back with us on Tuesday. Excited that James has put up with me for virtually an entire week. Also, let's go ahead and let these air horns fly, because I made Jesse come to the all-staff meeting today because I got an insider tip that Jesse would be named Employee of the Month today.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is, in fact, D-Lo, James Ham, and the company's most valued employee, our man Jesse Tapia, who hated every second of what happened when they acknowledged him as the
Is there going to be a plaque on the wall with?
There will be, yep, and he does not appreciate this at all.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize it too, because like we were just doing the clapping thing, right? So everyone's just clapping. I'm clapping too, and they put the screen on. I'm clapping or whatever, and I look at the screen. It's like, oh, that's my face on there. So I was like, oh, I should probably stop clapping. This is weird.
I hope they took a picture of you right then, like when you're looking like the.
Well, what was fun about a week ago, like a week or two ago, Kimberly, the executive assistant to the Stars, was like, "Hey, do you have any pictures of Jesse?" And I was like with us? Like, yeah, we've got several. No, like just of Jesse. No, I'm going to need you to explain to me why I'm walking around taking pictures of just Jesse. I have pictures of us all together. If it's worth anything, I don't have any pictures of just Kenny either. But I have pictures of us all together. So I think they took one of our pictures, maybe from the baby shower or something, cropped us out and put. It's why you look at
so grainy.
You look at it's like this uber close up of Jesse because they're trying to crop our stupid asses out of it.
I think that picture was from 2019. Seriously,
like his arms up and he's leaning to one side. And
that's terrific. Oh, so good. It's so good. And then he kept getting acknowledgement throughout the meeting. And I could just look over like, please stop. Just please stop this.
I hope they do like the old style oak, like placard.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
The gold nameplate.
That's exactly what it looks like. I think we only have a digital version of that. I don't think there's an actual.
Oh, they're not going to hang it on the wall.
I don't think so.
Man.
If they do, I don't know where it's at in this building. But I think it's just the digital thing that they.
I think I'm going to make one now.
I'm with it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make one, and
I love that idea.
We'll do like a blurry picture of Jesse, like
super close up too,
like this, or the Sasquatch, like the shadow, like him walking, like like through blurry glass. We'll just shoot it right through the double panes here.
And is that Jesse or is that somebody else? Suspenseful
Uh,
music playing when you
that-
look at the plaque.
That's right.
Oh, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Congratulations to our guy, Jesse. Easily the most important person, a part of D-Lo and KC. Again, we're glad you're here with us. We got Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. You can watch the show if you'd like to on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and never miss a single second of the show by just downloading the Odyssey app on your smartphone and taking us everywhere with you. You can just put in your AirPods, earbuds, whatever you got, and play us in the background of meetings. You ain't paying attention to those meetings anyways. Pay attention to me and James. We've got you covered. Again, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight from Boston. Gabe Vincent ruled out.
Ooh, that's tough.
48 minutes of Kyle Lowry coming your way in a Game 5 situation for Miami. In a clinching situation for Miami. It's Eric Spoelstra, him. That's part of the reason I think this NBA Finals could be so compelling is these are two coaches that just truly don't give an F about what ESPN is talking about, Fox is talking about. They might point it out, as Michael Malone has, and as Eric Spoelstra responded to a question of how he feels about being portrayed as an underdog in a series that they're up 3-1, and he responded with some expletives that I'll let you go out there and read for yourself. But it's a very it's very similar to things that we've heard from Michael Malone here in the last few weeks. But 8-point underdogs in Boston tonight. Gabe Vincent is out, and the belief is, Hammer, that the Celtics got a lot of momentum after that game went. The belief within that locker room clearly was they don't let us get one. Don't let us feel good about ourselves, essentially, is that message. Because obviously they were down in the dumps following Game 3. Game 4, not only winning that game, but the way that they won that game has sent them back home with all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you wrestle away a 3-0 confidence lead for one team and just hand it to the other team.
It's crazy.
Oh, it's their turn now.
Yeah.
Now they get to win all the games.
But internally, I think they are confident.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've won a game. I'm pretty confident that they're going to win one more. I don't know if they'll win 3 more, but I think they've got another win in them. And then what does that look like? Do you build the confidence? It depends on how you win, right? Do you mow them down, or is it like you barely hold on? Or, there's if you win at the buzzer and it's a neck to neck game, you can carry confidence. If you have a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter and they barely hold on to win, again, now your confidence is shot. Like, confidence is a funny thing. And so, I don't know, momentum. I remember, again, someone asked Paul Westphal about momentum years ago. And, do you believe in momentum? He's like, hey, look, if I could figure out how to control momentum, I wouldn't be a basketball coach. I'd be, doing something else and making a lot more money. Yeah. Like, those are one of those things.
Jesse asked an interesting question that on the surface, it's easy to answer, but when you dig a little deeper, it's a fair question. Like, what happens if Boston wins tonight? And on the flip side, what happens if Miami wins tonight? Now,
we know what happens then.
Well, sort of. We know if Miami wins tonight, obviously Miami's going on to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is, what happens with Boston?
You know what I'd like to do? How about we celebrate the Miami Heat for 12 hours, and then the next morning, if they want to fire someone, they can fire someone. If someone decides they may or may not want to retire, they can decide that the next day.
Oh,
I'm just saying,
Stephen A. Ham.
I'm just saying, look, why at some point, why don't we let the team that is actually better and won, embrace the fact that they're going to the NBA Finals and salute them, as opposed to worrying about what might happen with the other team.
It's the crack epidemic that Trista was talking about.
Yeah,
that's what it is. ESPN has been peddling NBA crack for so long that
they know nothing else.
If you go too long without, I was getting cut this morning, and my barber Darren had on Fox Sports, and Cowherd comes on. Cowherd led his show with LeBron James. He led the show with LeBron James.
That's wild.
And it's like, wow, okay. And to a certain degree, it's the question. I think I asked you this after Trista's snowfall analogy is, was the appetite there, or was the appetite created? Is the appetite to consume everything LeBron James, or are you so accustomed to being fed LeBron James that if you feel like you go a day without hearing about it, or you go a day without talking about it, you start getting the withdrawal symptoms, and you're scratching and sweating.
They chased ratings in major markets. That's what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's all they were doing. I mean, it would have been very easy to like highlight some dude from Indiana and push all the buttons on the guy from Indiana, and then next thing you know, you don't have any ratings because there's not enough people in Indiana to actually consume your product on that level. And so lowest common denominator stuff, like
that's and I think that's
fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point you'd hope that they would get past that. They've done some good work outside of that. The 30 for 30s, like some of the Race in America stuff. Like they have put some time and energy into actual quality programming. But that's their specialty programming. Their day-to-day programming, with the, I believe, lone exception of Scott Van Pelt, is that low-hanging fruit that you're talking about. Yeah, I can tell you too. Like when I was at NBC, we started doing these documentary podcasts, right? And so we had like the Barrett Robbins podcast, which was spectacular. Like, it was really well done. We had all this footage from when Barrett Robbins was in prison. Someone had gone and done an interview with him, the center for the Raiders that disappeared the night before the Super Bowl. So we had all this stuff, but I was supposed to do an entire, documentary like on the 2002 Western Conference Finals. But then that wasn't enough. They didn't like that. That's just not enough of a topic. Like, and it's like, okay, but there was all this chaos and stuff. It's like, well, can you do something else? So I pitched them, okay, well, how about, it was right on the heels of Kobe passing. How about I do a documentary on the feeling of losing the villain in your NBA story? Go back to the 2002 Western Conference team and see how they feel about Kobe Bryant after his passing, and what it's like to like go through a process of hating somebody on the court so much that you maybe not even gone back and made sort of, the connections again, and, kind of go through that. And it's like, oh, okay, that sounds great. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That it hit the cutting room floor like super quick, because it's like, okay, well, we decided we just don't really care that much about.
As you were explaining that, I was like, how did I never hear this podcast?
Yeah.
And
because I had done 2 interviews. I had got 2 interviews in, and they were really good. They're hiding somewhere on my laptop. One with Scott Pollard, one with Doug Christie.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to tell you
I bet
more
Doug's
and more
was
and more.
good.
It was going to be
Doug's was good.
Well, yeah, because I mean, like, you have to pitch a certain approach to it, right? And I think it's a really interesting thing. Like, how do you deal with loss when, you have a bitter dislike for somebody? And there's like, I've told this story before. Doug's told this story before on the podcast. Like, there's bad blood. They never reconciled, Doug and Kobe. And it's something that really hurts Doug, that he never was able to reconcile. There was a point where Kobe had done a basketball camp, a youth basketball camp in Seattle, and Doug brought Dougie to the camp. And it's very typical for anytime a pro player brings his son or daughter, you take pictures, you kind of do the whole, like bring them into the family thing. And Kobe snubbed them. And so there was like talk about that still really wanting to fight Doug. Somebody. It did. Yeah. But then to lose him and then, go through that whole process, just totally crazy. So I thought it would be like an interesting way to look at the passing of Kobe. And, we probably would have set it up where it would go out on the 1-year anniversary or the 2-year anniversary of his passing. But again, it got buried.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate. We're just getting started. James and I are hanging out for the next 4 hours with you. If you want to be a part of the conversation, as always, we'd love to hear from you. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC with our ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I need 1 minute. I got to go tell our promotions coordinator something.
I could tell you were like distracted. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Terrence, Terrence says we need a doc on the drought. I'm not sure that anyone wants to hear it. But, you know, because as someone who actually did do a documentary on the first relocation attempt, there was an appetite for that in the moment. And they're still on like we still like have people go tune in and watch it on YouTube. But like you have to have something that has some sort of positivity, I would think, to it. It can't just be all negative. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, everybody. No show tomorrow or Monday. Yes, Youngs have. That is true. It's Memorial Day weekend.
All right, taking
care. Alan, I've asked if I've done a deep dive into possible draft prospects. I've started, for sure, but I'm not comfortable saying, you know, who I think that they should take. I certainly understand like there's a player type that they should be looking at. So my initial stuff is between the 24th and the 35th, 36th, whatever they have. I like Trace Jackson Davis, just cursory stuff. I'm intrigued by Leonard Miller, Noah Clowney, Chris Murray, Balil Coulibaly, and Olivier Maxence Prosper, which I think is going to be a climber in the draft. He played really well at the combine, and he's a tall, lanky dude. Like it's tough to find players in this year's draft at this range where they actually have the skill set that you're looking for.
Yeah, we're 4 weeks away from the draft today.
Oh, that's crazy.
4 weeks away. And then free agency's knocking on the door. Summer League right after that. Some good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Glad y'all digging. Glad you did. This my man. Not custom. This my man Jerome Lamar. He was part of the Icons of Style collection that went out on Macy's earlier in late 2022. But one of the things he does is like bright colors.
I like it.
Thanks.
You've worn that to a game.
I did. I wore it to the Game 7.
Oh, okay.
I wore it to Game 7.
It's just a little hot for today.
Yeah.
Although it's only 71. That's what
when I was getting ready, I was like, man, I'm kind of chilly, and let's do this on. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. The Boston Celtics, the Miami Heat. We mentioned Gabe Vincent is out. We mentioned the Heat are an 8-point underdog. Are you cackling at the chatty house?
Did you see the employee of the month that they put up on Twitter for Jesse?
Oh my, no, got to go see this. Oh, we've got, it's got to be Dr. David. There he is. There it is. Oh, we took the McDowell's employee of the month. That is a winner right there.
Good work.
Well done, Dr. David.
Good work.
Well done. The employee of the month, indeed. This week he's mopping floors. Next week it's the fries. And that's when the big bucks come rolling in.
That's amazing.
I'm so happy that's one of the movies I went back and watched.
Oh yeah, Coming to America is it doesn't miss. I realized we did an episode, Corners of the Culture, available wherever you get podcasts from, on Arsenio Hall. And one of the first things I went back, looking up, going to YouTube, pulling our Arsenio clips from the old Arsenio Hall show. And I just kept getting drawn to the Eddie Murphy and Magic Johnson ones. And like, I love Eddie Murphy. Like, everyone kind of knows my love of like The Rock or Jay-Z or whatever. I really love Eddie Murphy. Like, from Beverly Hills Cop to Coming to America, Boomerang. Like, I have posters in this little area where I watch movies. Like, I realize I'm a huge Eddie Murphy fan.
I love Eddie Murphy. Like 48 Hours. Like
48 Hours is
it's
so
just
good.
incredible stuff. Like he still looks the same. I wish he'd make more movies and wasn't just roped into like weird Disney stuff at some point. You know?
I look at his house in Los Lagos. Like,
Is he still there?
He's not, but the house is.
Okay.
They've been trying to sell the house for probably like over a decade. And I think the first time I looked at it was 13 million. Now you can have it, I think, for the low price of 8 million.
Oh,
of course, obviously it's a beautiful house, but there's one picture that always makes me laugh because they're showing off a room. And if you zoom in, there's this wall, and it's a glass shelved wall, but it's full of stuffed animals from Shrek. And so, like, you might not know, like, you could look at that house and not know that it's Eddie Murphy's house. But if someone tips off, hey, that house in Los Lagos was Eddie Murphy's.
oh yeah.
You can go through the pictures and see there's this one shelved wall with just a bunch of Shrek stuffed animals on it.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, for $8 million, I really hope the Shrek stuffed animals come with the house.
Yeah, better for that price. Like, how many movies did he make with Arsenio? Because he did Harlem Nights.
He did Harlem Nights.
Yeah.
Both come. Obviously, he did
shot
two
me in
Coming
the
to
pinky
America.
toe.
Harlem
crap.
Nights is so good. The tough thing about Harlem Nights was an ensemble cast before ensemble casts were a thing.
Oh yeah, because Richard Pryor.
Oh, Red Fox is in it.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
Della Reese is
Yeah.
in it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
everyone is in that movie. But to answer your question, off the top of my head, I can only think of 3. The two Coming to America.
Yeah.
And then
Harlem Nights.
Harlem Nights. But Eddie did like the Arsenio Hall show a lot. Like,
Okay.
he would just show up. There's a great episode where Eddie's talking to Arsenio and Michael Jackson just walks out. He just walks out, and Eddie didn't know he was there, and gives him, I think it's like an MTV Lifetime Achievement or some sort of MTV movie award. He gives him that right there on the Arsenio Hall show. It's terrific.
That's
so
crazy. Yeah. We need more of those guys. And not Coming to America. I mean, that was the second one was just,
Yeah, the second one was tough.
that was rough.
Second one was tough. I tried to watch it a second time, thinking I wasn't fair the first time. I was fair. It wasn't good.
Yeah.
But
I could do, like, people ask corners of the culture. I could do like a bunch of like movie talk with you on.
Oh yeah,
on-
you're a movie guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely a movie
like
guy.
I've watched like almost every. I mean, I already started your Snowfall.
Oh, so you
Snowfall.
did. So how many episodes of Snowfall are you in?
I watched the pilot and I halfway through the first one. So
Okay.
I'm halfway through the second episode.
Okay.
I started watching last night. I'll probably bust through it this weekend, and
It's a
I'll be all
great series.
yeah, I enjoyed the first part. Like, you're kind of confused where it's going.
Mhm.
Clearly he goes and he's got the Coke now, and he's got the kilo, and then he sells the kilo, and you're like, oh, what's happening here? And then the other guy with the whole like giant hot tub filled with.
No, you got
Yeah.
that guy. Yep.
Yep. So you're wondering like how all these pieces fit together, but it's intriguing so far.
It can be tough getting through pilots for shows that you hear like, oh, these shows are so good. They're so good. They're so good. Oftentimes you've got to get through the pilot, and you've got to get through like maybe a few episodes because they're setting up the story. And sometimes I remember, because I got to Breaking Bad late.
Oh yeah.
I thought Breaking Bad started slow, and I'm like, yo, this is the show y'all are talking about?
It
Like,
did, but
how long do I have to tough this thing out? And then once you get through, and I don't remember how many episodes it was like, oh boy,
There's
this is
that
good.
scene where he runs the guy over trying to save Jesse. So
Mhm.
that's the big one. That captures you where you're like, okay, I got to watch this thing from here on out.
Mhm.
But I think it's the first episode, there's a moment where the sun starts to go off on him. And that, to me, it was such a great, like, job of, like, bringing you in and, like, the frustration of the son and him not being honest with his family and stuff. So I don't know. I dig it. I watch way too much, like, TV. I've seen everything that you could possibly, like,
Great shows have definitive moments like that.
yeah.
Like moments where you're still kind of like piecing everything together, and then something happens and you realize, oh, I have to watch this show till it's over. Like
Yeah.
I have to see every single episode of this show moving forward.
It's funny. Both Sean and I worked at video stores when we were young. So I worked at a video store in Grass Valley for like a year, and Sean worked at, I want to say it's either Hollywood or Blockbuster. I can't remember which. But when you work, I mean, you just watch so many movies. Like, I've seen a ton of black and whites. I've gone through just about every genre movie that you can possibly watch.
Yeah, that shows. Anytime we bring a movie up, you've seen it. Yeah, you're a movie guy. You're a cinema guy for sure. So tune in next week when James Ham co-hosts Corners of the Culture.
There it is.
Available wherever you get podcasts from. We mentioned this yesterday. We actually you made a remark yesterday that I bookmarked and was like, oh, I think we've got to dive into this a little bit further. No surprise, we were talking about Sacramento. I think it started with Denver. It started with a Denver Nuggets conversation, and then it kind of got to Sacramento. And then we started talking about, you just quickly mentioned some of the other teams in the Western Conference. And it seems like, to me, we everyone says, the West is going to be different this year. People are going to be healthier. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. And when you really break down the Western Conference, with perhaps two exceptions, the Denver Nuggets and the Sacramento Kings, it feels like a lot of those other teams could be in the very same position. Like the Kings are, I believe someone at 95.7 The Game once dubbed the Sacramento Kings the weakest 3 seed in history. And it's like, okay, hey, do you? But are the Lakers going to be better than 48 wins next year? The Warriors, the Clippers, like, you can look at their rosters and go, yeah, of course they are. But these type, things always come up with teams like that. LeBron, 38 years old. I'm of the belief LeBron James is playing next year. LeBron James, he's going to turn 39 in December.
Yeah.
He's not playing 82 games again. That's not happening. We've been over this with Kevin Durant a million times. He's not playing 82 games anymore. I don't know what Kawhi Leonard is playing moving forward.
I don't know if you can get 50 out of Kawhi.
I don't either.
And what about Paul George? I don't know if you can get 50 out of him.
I don't know.
I mean, if you're really putting all your eggs in the Russell Westbrook coming back and saving our franchise basket, that tells you a lot about where you're at as a franchise.
Don't like your tone.
I'm just saying, like, but at his age, you can't act that way. And not just his age, but his efficiency, the way, like, his numbers still look like one thing, but his impact on the game feels like something different.
Russell Westbrook, I think, really works with the Los Angeles Clippers to a high level of success if Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are there. If they're not, it's completely different, because you're relying on Russell Westbrook to do things you probably don't want to rely on him to do anymore. And
it's very true.
The second you lose one of those guys and Russell Westbrook goes from scoring option number 3 or perhaps even number 4 to scoring option number 2, or as he was in the playoffs, he was scoring option number 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
That's going to be a problem. But everyone operates when talking about next year. And again, this could absolutely be true for Sacramento. It could be true for Denver too. But we operate in this like utopia mindset where the Clippers roster is still good. They're gonna be back. Oh, okay, so everything's going perfect for them. The Los Angeles Lakers, we saw what they did since the trade deadline. That was literally a span of 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah.
they're going to do that. So we're stretching that out to an entire 82. There's no pitfalls here in an 82 game season for this new version of the Los Angeles Lakers, which, by the way, as of right now, or at least as of July 1st, they won't be back in this. They probably won't be back in the same exact makeup.
No, there's no way for them to be back in the same makeup. I mean, we're talking about like,
Because we talk about Rui and Austin Reeves. I always forget D'Angelo Russell's not under contract next year.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, I don't think Dennis Schroeder's under contract.
Nope.
Malik Beasley, I don't think is under contract. Like you got some holes that you're gonna have to fill, and then all this talk. Oh, they can still fit Kyrie in as long as Kyrie doesn't take the max, and they can fit him in and add Austin Reeves and keep Rui Hachimura. Like, okay, where's the rest of the team? Because this is what you keep doing. And, like I think one of the discussions this morning was you've got to find a player that takes the pressure off of LeBron James from being a number one option. Like, okay, so wait a sec. So what you're saying, let me get this. What you're saying is you're going to replace the NBA's all-time leading scorer and one of the greatest players to ever play the game. Oh, you need someone who's going to be better than him and Anthony Davis because they're not adding Anthony Davis as that potential person.
Well, which in and of itself is a problem. We need someone to lessen the load on LeBron James. Great. Isn't that what you got the dude from the Pelicans for? Isn't that literally why you got Anthony Davis?
Yeah.
Was to lessen the load on LeBron James. Meanwhile, in a series deciding game, LeBron James out there going for 40.
Well, no, he had to go for 40 and they still lost.
Right.
I mean, that's the
right.
problem that they're facing is that they don't have that other person and they don't have the shooting. They don't even have the right recipe of players right now. Again, a guy like Lonnie Walker shows up in the playoffs. Lonnie Walker's a free agent. Like they don't even have some of the guys that you don't even think of as core pieces. They don't even have most of those guys under contract. And so they're going to have a bit of a problem here. And I think that's the discussion that we're having. It's like, if you go down, Denver is the one team, they're locked up. Most of their players, most of their rotation is under contract next season. Certainly all of their big players. You get to Memphis, you're like, okay, that's not good. I don't know what to make of that. Not only is Ja Morant potentially suspended for anywhere from, 10 games to the season to, maybe 40, maybe 25. Like, we have no idea, but he's out. Steven Adams couldn't get his knee right. They did PRP and they were trying to figure out a way to get him back on the court and had to shut him down for the playoffs. Who knows if Steven Adams will ever be the same. Brandon Clark tore his Achilles.
Yep.
He's done for at least half the season coming up.
At least.
So we're looking at there's Memphis. You just check them as a major question mark team. We get to Phoenix, the 4 seed, skip over the Sacramento Kings, but Phoenix, the 4 seed, fired Monty Williams. They've got the whole situation with what they're going to do with Ayton or what they're going to do with Chris Paul in the backcourt. Do they trade him? They're going to keep him under contract. They still don't have the depth. They just lost with some of these pieces. Sure, Chris Paul got hurt, but we're now counting on 38-year-old Chris Paul to come back and save your bacon and somehow get you over the top. And so you just keep going down the list. You got the Clippers with the Kawhi Leonard and Paul George situation, and then add in the Russell Westbrook free agency question. Like, what are they going to have to pay him? They can go over the cap and do all kinds of crazy stuff, but still.
There is a interesting note on the Clippers. I put it somewhere in our notes, but it's worth pointing out. Michael Winger was their general manager. He left the Clippers.
Is he their GM or is he their president of basketball ops?
I think he was the GM.
Okay.
And he left to go run the Wizards. He's running the Wizards, the Go-Go, the G League squad, and the Mystics. He's running all 3 of those teams. Towards the end of the Kings-Warriors series, we heard from some pretty trustworthy people that if Bob Myers were in the NBA, and there is that's a big question of whether he's going to stay in the NBA or there's going to be a bidding war between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Phoenix Suns. for the services of Bob Myers.
Okay.
And with that position now vacant, and as you mentioned, basketball, the org chart for basketball teams is not universal.
No.
It's like different across the board. But the general manager position in Los Angeles for the Clippers is open. And in Phoenix, we know that they just created a position above James Jones. And we know that, and they've hired someone for that position, but we also know they have a strong interest should Bob Myers become available in a few weeks. And reports were this morning, I think Bob Myers is due to speak to the media next week in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, so just listening when I was down and around the Bay Area, they're talking about like if there is an owner that's if Bob Myers decides that, or they can't mutually come to an agreement, him and the Warriors, that the Clippers are the one team that you're looking at that could throw like $15 million a year at the guy, maybe even more, because Steve Ballmer has all the monies. Yeah, that's not even like he wastes more money building Zooms than that. Like the little crappy audio capture devices.
Good job there.
So Zoomies or whatever.
He's got a warehouse full of them.
The thing that lost to the iPad, the iPod, whatever it was,
lost bad.
Lost badly. So I think that's one place that he can go. But again, we're talking about like organizational changes, and I think it's interesting. I want to go back to a point you just made right there. You said, every organization is kind of different, the structure. And I know some people, like in my timeline on Twitter, they're arguing whether the Kings, when they lost Luke Bourne, who is head of analytics, who was a VP of analytics for the Kings, that they didn't replace him. Like, yeah, they've replaced him. They just don't have a VP of analytics. And it goes back to your comment about, every organization calls things different. They have different structure than other organizations. It's why like Monty McNair is the general manager and Wes Wilcox is the assistant general manager. But Monty also oversees a lot of the analytics side. He has a whole team of people there. They have a whole little like cubicle office in the practice facility. Like I've seen them up there. I say hello to them when I go upstairs. So there are people there that do the same stuff that Luke did and that worked under Luke. Some of them worked under Luke, but just because they didn't replace a VP doesn't mean really anything. It's just a different structural, change. And Lawrence Frank is still in with the Clippers, but I don't know what that would mean for Lawrence Frank either. And, he's still an executive. I don't know what his title is. I could look it up, but I
feel like if you're bringing Bob Myers in, you're bringing Bob Myers in for whatever the highest position available in your organization.
Oh, he's running the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah. And Jerry West is still a consultant there. And so like there would be a tie there for him to go and work with Jerry West. If Bob Myers does, decide to do that. But I think it just goes back to the bigger discussion that we're having. Phoenix has all kinds of question marks. The Clippers have so many question marks. The Warriors, we're not sure if Bob Myers is coming back. They flamed out in the second round, and like their mix of players is bad. You don't know if Draymond's coming back. You don't know if they're going to move Jordan Poole. You don't know if they're going to pay Klay Thompson. There's all of these question marks with them. And either way, they just lost a year of their careers. They just got older. And as you keep going down the list, Minnesota, all kinds of questions there. The Pelicans, like what's going to happen with Zion? Like there's a lot of question marks.
Yeah. The Warriors are another really interesting one because I've always been of the belief that they're not like done. Their championship run might be done. Their championship window might be closed, but I don't see them as a 30-win team next year. But also what I see is them a 50-win team next year. Because if there's a belief, Steve Kerr will tell you this, despite the fact immediately after losing, Steve Kerr says this team is maxed out. Those were the words of the head coach. After some time to cool down, he sang the praises of everyone on the roster from Jordan Poole to Draymond Green. And I get you do that stuff publicly, but when you say this team is maxed out and you go on to talk about Jordan Poole and Draymond Green and how important all of those guys are, it's like, well, where is the change coming? Because if the change isn't coming, we know Steph is firmly cemented in his spot. But if there's no change coming with Klay and there's no change coming with Draymond Green, and you've got this foundational six, as Steve Kerr coins it, with Jordan Poole, then I need someone to explain to me how they're not, again, a 43, 44 win team.
I totally agree. And even their young players are, they're not.
They
worth-
got to be frustrated.
Well, they're not worth anything though on the open market. Like someone would gamble on Kuminga, someone would gamble on Moses Moody, but we're talking about like a Sacramento Kings gamble, and even that, I'm not even sure if the Kings would give up the 24th pick in the draft for either one of those guys. I don't think they would. Like they're diminished products. Like you had a brand new car that was the 7th pick in the draft, Kuminga. At this point, he's worth like 40% of what he was as opposed to when he was a draft pick. Like, could he become like get back up to like a top end?
Well,
Maybe.
to stick with that analogy, the car depreciates the second it leaves the lot, and you only drove it like 50 miles.
Yeah.
And it's a nice car. But you're not going to get, but at least you think it's a nice car.
Well, you're not sure if it's a nice car.
But
It looks
you're not
good, but does
positive.
it start?
Well,
It looks good, but are the brakes shot? Like,
why aren't you driving this car?
Yeah. There's a question mark as to why. And
Yeah.
and the fact is that he's not good enough to fit into your rotation when you had holes in your rotation as a Golden State Warriors. He was not good enough, especially in the playoffs. And we're talking Kuminga, and even you can throw Moody into the same thing. I think Moody had some moments, but again, these are players that you did not walk into the playoffs saying, okay, 25, 30 minutes, we're slating for these players. Even though you had that need for those players, you didn't use them that way because you didn't think that they were good enough. So who are they good enough for? Do they have to go to the Detroit Pistons where all, like the misfit toys go? Like, does he have to go somewhere else and start to build back up in a different way? Do you send him to the Houston Rockets? That's kind of where they have to go to rebuild themselves and to try to establish themselves as NBA players. Because at this point, Kuminga, Moody, they're closer to out of the league than they are to being an asset. That's just the nature of the game. Like every single season, 60 players get drafted and 35, 40 of them make NBA rosters. And that many players that were in the league before or are no longer in the league. And that's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, and it's hard to figure out how they're going to build their value up or become, complementary players or something greater in your current setup. And that's what leaves me the most concerned about the Warriors. If we're not talking Klay and we're not talking Draymond and we're not talking Jordan Poole, then I don't think we have anything to talk about.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys right back around the same spot that you were. And again, they beat Sacramento in the playoffs. They could do it again. They could not. But part of what started all of this was the fact that Sacramento, and you noted yesterday, there's going to be changeover. There's just the way this, barring them signing everybody back, which I don't think is happening, there's going to be changeover in the roster. But the core, or the core, if you will, of the roster is remaining the same. And with some of these other teams that we're talking about, the Clippers, the Suns, the Lakers, the Warriors, even if their cores stay the same, they have so many question marks. Your only question about Sacramento is, can they do that again? And there's no reason to believe that they can't unless you're not familiar with this group and all you see is the name on the jersey. The name on the jersey is the only reason you won't buy into them.
I guess. I mean, the one thing I will say, Sacramento does have a huge hole to fill if Harrison Barnes isn't back. Like that, whether people love Harrison or they don't, it doesn't matter. He's a guy who played 31, 32 minutes a game. He's 30 years old. You counted on him to be your 3 and your 4 all season long. He's a free agent. Like, do I think they can bring him back? Sure. Do I think that you can offset some of his loss with the 24th pick and Sasha Vezenkov? Sure. Do I think Kessler Edwards can step up and maybe eat some of that time? Okay. So but you are losing a piece and you don't have, you've got to find a way to replace that piece, or at least you potentially are losing that piece. Harrison Barnes could be back, but my point is that would be the only real question mark. Outside of that, you assume that De'Aaron Fox, Monk, Herter, Davion Mitchell are all going to be the same or equal to or better than they were last year. You know that Keegan Murray is going to be better than he was last year. Domantas Sabonis is not going to fall apart. Like you have some holes to fill, and a lot of them. Like I look at their roster, I can get Harrison Barnes, right? After we get Trey Lyles, Chimezie Metu, Terrence Davis, Matthew Dellavedova's gone, Alex Len, Kessler Edwards is not. They have a team option for next season. PJ Dozier. That's 8 roster spots that are either restricted or unrestricted free agents or are potential changes. That's more than half your roster, your standard roster. 1, 2, 3 of those guys probably coming back, but it's possible all 8 don't. And that means that we're talking about 60% of the roster is getting turned over, 55% of the roster. That's a lot. The core is still in place, though. The core that you're starting, basically 4 of your starting 5, your 6-man, your 7-man, they're all back. Most of your rotation. You have 2 question marks in your rotation of whether they're coming back or not. That's not hard to fill.
This conversation is far from over. We'll continue it when dealing with KC with our ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm starving.
I was starving. So the wife went and got Starbucks this morning with my son. They messed up and they did a cinnamon cold brew, not a caramel. So I actually got 2 of these because they handed, which is not a good thing.
Oh,
so I pull into the.
Did you drink the other one?
I drank the other one this morning.
Oh
and then,
my!
And so I'm like, blah, 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 like,
you drank like 2 milkshakes for breakfast.
Yeah. So I pulled into the parking lot and I'm like, oh man, I don't really have time to stop and go get something. And I look and there's the Euro truck in the parking lot. So I walked over and had a Euro, and now I can get through the 4 hours and absorb some of the cold brews that I've drank.
There you go. Tyler, can you elaborate on this? I think I missed it. What Davion say? Also, Ramsey, are you and Katrina like sitting next to each other watching? Because that's what I want to believe is happening. I want to believe that you guys are just right next to each other. Ramsey, do you like comment on your phone, or you're always in the car, so you got to be on your phone, right? Voice chatting. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. I just got to know that like you and Katrina are right next to each other watching me and James, because that would just bring me so much joy.
Dave. No, that's not the one. All these move too quickly. Keep saying, I think Trey Lyles is more important than Sasha. David, I kind of agree. I don't know. Like, again, I just like he's versatile. I'd like to have him back, but I don't know if him and Sasha Vezenkov work as like, number one, I don't think they work at all as your starting 4 and reserve 4. Like, I don't believe that is, if you're a playoff team, that's not good enough. Maybe I'm crazy there, but you still don't have the length and athleticism you need. And if he can play the 5, that's different. That's funny. Secure and Beam. What do I think he signs for? Like, I think if you're the Kings, you would love like if you think he's going to be part of what you're doing, if you want him back, a 3-year, like I was at 48, like during the season, like 17, 16, and 15. That's lowered. And it didn't lower to 45. Thinking like a 3-year 42, but I don't know. Like, that's if you're not finding someone that you think is substantially better. The problem is when you get down to like the $14 million range, that's really not that much different. No.
You might as well bring that question to the air. I'm sure a lot of people are curious. Securing the Beam was asking you about youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can check out the Facebook feed as well if you want to jump in the chatty house. But Securing the Beam was asking you about Harrison Barnes' potential contract.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're looking at a 3-year contract. He will be 31 this coming season. He's 30 right now. I can't remember when his birthday is. May 30th, he will be 31. If you can get Harrison Barnes, he just turned. Yeah,
you said May 30th, right? It's May 25th. Yeah, it'll be 31 in a couple days.
In 5 days. Yeah. Like at 31. So if you get him for his 31, 32, 33 season, that's fine. That's a 3-year contract. I don't know that I'm doing 4, but I think you're looking, again, I think it varies. We're seeing, for instance, that Hart is looking at a starting salary extension with the Knicks at $18 million a year is what the number was this morning. That could be an agent throwing that out there. So it could be like when we heard that Rashawn Holmes was going to get 18 to 20 million a year and did not get 18 to 20 a year.
He did not get that.
He did not get that. So, but if you look at Hart as sort of a comp, and I don't think that that's that far off. I think Harrison Barnes in most NBA circles might even have more value than Hart. Like fit wise, I think Hart might fit better with what the Kings are doing moving forward. But I think we're looking at like a 3-year, like 43 or 42. But the problem is that when you start talking about like $14 million a year salary, the mid-level exception is over 12 million. So a mid-level is going to be like a 3-year 38. That's not that much different. So if you look at tax, state tax, or you look at like a bunch of other things like cost of living in, Dallas versus living in Sacramento is like totally different. So I could see him looking at those as comparable salaries. And that's when you start, if you get to MLE money, that means that like 20 something teams in the league have sort of the wherewithal to sign you as without like going into raw cap space. So very few teams have cap space this summer. But most of those teams have mid-level exceptions. So what you don't want to do is get into that range with Harrison. You probably want to be a little bit higher than that. So then that way he's actually, making more than the mid-level, and you're not competing with a bunch of other teams.
Yeah. And you brought up before too, we don't know if salary is the most important thing for Harrison Barnes at this point.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that like he would like one more really solid payday, but like 30 something million bucks. I mean, after taxes in California, you're still looking at $18 million over 3 years or something, maybe 20 million bucks.
It could depend on the discrepancy. Like if he has multiple offers, it could depend on the difference between those offers in Sacramento's.
Well, yeah, that, and like you also have to keep in mind that if there is a team that out there that has a player that the Kings would like, it doesn't have to be the same exact contract that Barnes has. You have some leeway because if Barnes isn't on your roster, you do have cap space. So you could trade. So if someone wants to do a sign and trade with Harrison, they want to offer $15 million a year. Like you have cap space in that situation. So you could take back a $6 million or an $8 million player instead of having to go with like the full 15 million or the 20% up or down of 15 million. So you don't have to be in that 12 to $18 million range. You can take a lower paying player because you have cap space, or I guess it would depend on what the other team is doing as well. But what their cap space situation looks like.
I hope this question makes sense. It makes perfect sense in my head. Should a sign and trade situation with Harrison come up or be a conversation, are you trading your MLE? You're not.
No. You don't trade your MLE. Your MLE, no. So if you sign and trade Harrison Barnes, first of all, you have bird rights to Barnes, and he has that crazy cap hold of $27.5 million.
Right.
Right. So if you're going to sign and trade him, it would be to a team that likely either has a player that they want to trade and that you have interest in,
Mm-hmm.
or it's a team that like they want to pay, or he wants more than the mid-level exception.
Sure.
Right. So you can trade him to a team that has cap space, or you can trade him to a team that has a player that's in the salary range. But like, or you could do a much bigger deal where you sign and trade Harrison Barnes, but as part of a deal that includes Rashawn Holmes and for a much bigger player, like
Jaylen Brown,
$30 million player, or John Collins. Like,
Okay.
there's all of these things that you could do. So, but it's going to get a little dicey for Harrison, because if he's just going out in free agency, he's probably not going to be such a high priority for a certain team that like they're going to spend 15 million or 18 million around cap space. So then he's either going to be looking at the mid-level, or he's going to talk to the Kings about a sign and trade. And then he has to work with the Kings, because the Kings might not want to sign and trade him. They might not look at the assets that the other team has as something that's attractive to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing if, Harrison Barnes is willing to go to Toronto in a sign and trade, and you can get OG Anunoby back with some sort of package of picks and stuff like that. That's one thing. But that means that Harrison Barnes would want to go to wherever you're talking about.
Right.
And I think he's at a point in his career where, again, he could choose where to go. But he's also an NBA player who understands that change is inevitable. Like you could get traded to the Philadelphia 76ers tomorrow, and you got to figure out a way to live in Philadelphia for a year or 3 years or whatever. Like that's the name of the game. It's just when he's a free agent, he kind of gets to say yes and no to those things.
Mm-hmm. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Great way to listen to the show. You can watch the show as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I think the most unlikely scenario of all of these different scenarios involving Harrison Barnes is that one, the sign and trade. I don't think that's likely. I feel like we talk about sign and trades a lot more than they actually happen. I don't feel like they happen anymore. And I don't know if like rules adjusted a little bit or salary cap stuff changed with sign and trades. I just don't feel like they happen like they used to.
No, I agree. Like it used to be a big deal, especially just to look at Harrison as a player that is he really one of those players that you sign and trade for? Because that, again, that means that you're willing to give Harrison Barnes substantially more than $12 million a year. If not, just sign him to your mid-level. Or if you're a team that's way over the cap, like you've got to have some sort of value there that you're finding. You got to have some sort of player that you're trading back to the Kings. But again, that has to work for the Kings too. The Kings aren't going to take on a bad contract to send Harrison Barnes to somewhere he wants to go in a sign and trade so he can get more than mid-level exception money. That's not going to happen. Like they're not going to take back a bad contract in order to allow Harrison Barnes to go to some other city.
Mm-hmm.
Like they would certainly listen if the deal makes sense to them, but these are a lot of moving pieces. And that's why these things, like usually deals of this nature, they start at the combine. They start at the trade deadline where you had already worked out sort of the parameters of a deal. If you were going to trade this player for this player, that's where you start building those packages.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw another note. Let me get it here from, it was Ray Smooth. Ray Smooth said thoughts on Doc Rivers making the final round for the Suns job. I know this isn't popular. I like Doc Rivers a lot. I think Doc Rivers is a great coach. I also recognize that Doc Rivers has some shortcomings. And Doc is Doc, a lot like Philadelphia, is in like when he was let go from Los Angeles and took the Philadelphia job. Does that go from Philadelphia? Should he be hired in Phoenix, he's going in under the same exact circumstances that he went under Philadelphia. And remember, that was only 3 years ago. You're going to maximize this time of Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and I guess Chris Paul together to win a championship. Doc will go in next year, if he is the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, with the expectations of winning an NBA championship. And those are tough expectations to go under, especially when, Doc hasn't won one since 2008, and that's the only one that he's won. Not to diminish it, winning one is special and it's really important, but he's been on the cusp. He's had championship caliber teams many times throughout the years. And, we talk about changes in rosters. We were just laying out all of these, potential changes, all of these things falling in place for all of these different teams in the Western Conference. The Doc Rivers component, I shouldn't even say Doc Rivers, the head coaching component for Phoenix is just another one.
Yeah, one of my problems too with Doc is that you surrounded him with a really good staff. And look, I've been honest, I have a good relationship with Dave Yeager. Dave was here in Sacramento for full 3 seasons. I know Dave really well, and Dave has plenty of he's not a perfect coach, and I'm not saying that at all. I think Dave has plenty of things that you can dislike about him as far as a coach and sort of the things that he does, the way he handles media. There's some things, again, some bumps and bruises there with Dave. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that Dave Yeager is one of the better X's and O's coaches in the game, because he is. He's one of the better X's and O's guys. If you talk to people around the league, Rick Carlisle is the best in-game, drawed up, this is what we want to do. Dave Yeager's spectacular. Think of all of the final second plays that Dave Yeager drew up. Think of him as a grit and grind coach, and then in Sacramento, unleashes the fury with a group of young players and has the fastest pace in the game and wins 39 games with a band of no-namers, right? He's a very, very good coach. So I bring this back to Doc, and that we still hear at the end of his run in Philadelphia, there wasn't enough structure. There wasn't enough plays. There wasn't enough basics, behind the scenes. It was go out there, roll the ball out there, and he's going to be a leader of men in a locker room and give rah-rah speeches and have good personal relationships. But the X's and O's were gone. He had Dave Yeager sitting next to him. The X's and O's were there. That coaching staff had the X's and O's. So what does that mean for Doc in Phoenix? You're going to have to surround him, or you would think that he would surround himself with the same types of coaches that he did before, but he didn't get it done with that team. Now, maybe it's just because Philadelphia they weren't ready, and they had stars that disappeared in the playoffs, and they just couldn't get over the hump. That's always possible, that your roster's not good enough. The players don't show up in the right moments and they're not good enough. That's totally possible. Or just that you get beat by better teams.
Yeah.
So, but I would still look at Doc as a really, really good leader. It's just whether he can get those other things taken care of. And with a team if you have Chris Paul and you have Kevin Durant and you've got Devin Booker, how much coaching really goes into that? Really? It's not that much.
Yeah, well, I disagree a little bit. I do believe coaching talent is difficult.
Yeah.
I know we the Luke Walton conversation about, is Luke Walton a bad coach or was the roster bad? Both could be true.
Totally.
We know the roster's bad. We know that for sure. I think we have enough information right now to say Luke Walton wasn't a very good coach, but that can change, right? And I think oftentimes coaching talent can be extremely difficult. But you made the point. You made the remark about the roster. Sometimes the roster's just not good enough. And I look at Phoenix, regardless of who the head coach winds up being, be it Doc Rivers, Nick Nurse, or someone else. And I look at the Clippers, and I think two different things. They could wind up in the same exact spot. But the Clippers roster is good enough. That's not their problem. The Phoenix Suns roster, I don't think is good enough. They've got an entirely different problem. And then you've got both of these teams who, before the season, are going to be called championship contenders because because of the star power of those two teams. And I look at them and go, Clippers, I get why you call the Los Angeles Clippers a championship contender. I can't do it again. I did it this year. I can't do it again because I haven't seen Kawhi Leonard and Paul George healthy for a long enough time to believe they can do it. I had to give up. Like, I don't think that those two can be healthy long enough to make the Clippers a championship team. With the Suns, while the Durant Booker stuff was really exciting, and I do believe Chris Paul returning, and it feels like he is going to return, I do believe that that's important. That depth for an 82-game stretch is not good enough. It was fun because it was almost like you had the actual bubble in 2020, and then you had like this Durant bubble in 2023 where Durant joins the Phoenix Suns and they don't lose a regular season game. Cool. Like, great. Now let's spread that over 82 with the bumps and bruises that come with the season and say, okay, that's what that roster is made of. I don't think that it is. And we saw that. That's why they're not playing anymore. Durant, Booker, two of the best players in the world. But the reason they're not playing anymore is because their roster isn't good enough. And coaching change is clearly coming. But without a roster change or, without roster additions, I can't see Phoenix.
No, I get what you're saying, but I also know that, like it's possible if Chris Paul doesn't get hurt that they are just fine. Now, we can't bank on that because he gets hurt every playoffs.
Well, that's the thing.
And he's like 38 years old, and
he
Durant just gets older.
There's a fair argument he's left the Clippers title out there. There's a fair argument he left the Houston Rockets title out there. But unfortunately, it's a part of his story.
No, I totally agree.
Injuries in the playoffs are going to be a big part. Chris Paul is probably you can make the argument Chris Paul is one of the greatest point guards ever. Certainly it's tough because Steph Curry's technically a point guard, but they're very different types of point guards in my opinion.
Totally.
Like, I feel like in terms of that element of the passing perspective, the facilitator on the floor perspective, I think Chris Paul is the best point guard in this generation. Obviously, Steph Curry is a better player of this generation, but he has so much to offer. But that story of 2015, 16, 18, now 23, and I think 21, they're all going to be a part of Chris Paul's thing if he doesn't win a title, because the story will be he didn't win a title because in 2015 this happened, in 2016 this happened. That Rockets team was nasty. Chris Paul got hurt, and they couldn't win.
No, I get it. His legacy will be that he was one of the great leaders of his generation, for sure. One of the great point guards of his generation, but, pure point guard, probably the best pure point guard of his generation. But the problem is he's not going to, like, him winning a title. Yeah.
That's a good call from Alex, too. I forgot the Charlotte to New Orleans stuff. Chris Paul he was part of the Katrina time, too, where they had to move, and he was kind of a part of the team at that time. And, man.
Yeah,
Chris Paul has certainly a unique legacy. That's for sure.
He does. And, like, he's not, well, I mean, from the players that I've talked to, like, around, like, there's a lot of players that don't like Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
There are some players that have, like, this aura about them. Like, again, like Kyrie, like, everyone really, really likes Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's universally well-liked around the league. But Chris Paul's never been that guy. Like, Chris Paul's a guy that you hate to play against. And you don't hate to play against him.
Do you think they hate to play against, like, do you think that we hate to play against him translates to we don't like that guy?
Yeah, because by the end of games, there are times where you don't like that guy.
I know DeMarcus doesn't. I've never.
He's not the only one. Yeah, he's not the only one. There's plenty of guys that he's tried to slide under. There's plenty of guys. I mean, we even saw it, like him trying to roll up on, who was it, on the Kings? He tried to, like, do a roll maneuver and almost took out the legs of, like, De'Aaron Fox in a game. And you're just looking at him like, what is it that you're doing? Like, I've had enough of your antics. The antic stuff that he does is, like, first of all, it's really, really unprofessional. Like, you see some of the stuff that he does. He's just like, he's an actor a lot of the time. And that's what gets under the skin of a lot of players. Like, you get done with a game with him, and I think a lot of people walk away going, man, I hate playing against that guy. I just can't do it.
DeMarcus and Isaiah Thomas is an all-time moment.
Oh, where DeMarcus pulled him away.
All-time moment. He really wouldn't let Isaiah Thomas shake that man's hand.
Well, remember, like some of the stuff, like DeMarcus, like him and Mike Dunleavy don't like each other either. Like, I mean, there's plenty of players that DeMarcus didn't, but Dunleavy,
sure.
right in front of us, where I used to sit courtside, right next to Aileen, there was a fast break. Dunleavy flew all the way back, and he like tried to sweep the back of DeMarcus's leg, which was not good at all. Like, it was very dirty and very suspect, almost like a leg whip situation, where it was like, holy cow, I can't believe we just saw that in front of us. Like, and DeMarcus turned around, like ready to just beat the living tar out of him. And I was like, I get it. Like, if someone did that to me, I would feel the same way. You know, there dirty things happen in the sports world all the time. But like, if you're playing volleyball and somebody intentionally comes under the net while you're hammering a ball down, but intentionally does it, like the rest of the match is going to be ugly. It's going to be really ugly. And there's going to be a lot of weird things that happen that aren't part of the game. And that's what, like, some of the guys that, you know, DeMarcus didn't like, they did it intentionally to get under his skin. I got it, because he's so reactionary.
It felt like that at a certain point when DeMarcus became part of the game plan.
Oh yeah. Totally.
Try to get under his skin.
Totally. But there's a difference between getting under someone's skin and like risking injury.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to compare I'm not computing what Dunleavy did to DeMarcus to the rest of that. You just made a remark about DeMarcus being reactionary.
Oh yeah,
it felt like there were plenty of times that the Kings would play a team, and part of the game plan would be, see if you can get under DeMarcus's skin.
Yeah,
we could probably get him tossed by the third quarter at the latest.
Even the worst part was that even when he was having a great game, his emotional level would rise and rise and rise as he's having a great game. And those were even moments where you could get under his skin, even though he's dominating you.
DeMarcus Cousins, the famous call from
Scott Moak. Yeah. Well, that game, what he put up 50.
It was like 55, wasn't it?
Yeah, 54, 55.
One of the greatest. That was one of the greatest moments prior to this in Kings history. The pro wrestling return of DeMarcus Cousins after being ejected. Oh, he was fired up.
Oh, he was.
And that was the post game interview, right? It's ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous
with Katie.
That was iconic.
Ridiculous.
Iconic.
Yeah.
I've always said there should be a statue of Katie and DeMarcus, with Katie holding the microphone up to DeMarcus, and the inscription on the statue just says, "It's getting ridiculous."
Yeah.
That's the first statue that goes up at Golden One. That one right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that so much.
It's good stuff.
There's a couple of teams we haven't talked about that I think we should dive into as the show goes along. It was referenced a lot here in the conversation on the Chatty House. I know Ramsey's not the only one who brought it up, but he did say OKC should be on the rise. And man, they should. But got some questions about Oklahoma City too. And this isn't a question of their talent. This isn't a question of what they can be. It's a question of ease of execution. So we've still got Oklahoma City to talk about. We've still got New Orleans to talk about. Haven't talked about Minnesota either. And you talk about question marks, man, there's some question marks around the Minnesota Timberwolves as well. James, I'll be anxious to get your thoughts on the Utah Jazz and the Dallas Mavericks. So we'll continue to talk the Western Conference and some unanswered questions that may be out there, but we'll talk to our girl next, Olivia Christian, host of the game last night. She joins us. Dealing with KC with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, OKC has Houston's 2024 first round pick, 1 through 4 protected. They've got the Clippers first round pick, which could be really interesting. They have a first round pick from the Utah Jazz protected 1 through 10.
Did you?
2024.
Oh, okay.
They have a 2025 first round pick from either Houston or the Clippers. They've got another 2025 pick from Miami. They've got a 2025 pick from Philadelphia. They've got a 2026 from Houston, a 2026 from the Clippers, 2027 from Denver. They have all the first round picks.
Oh man, they did a documentary on the American Gladiators.
Ooh.
I'm watching that. They did a 30 for 30.
Really?
They did a multi-part 30 for 30 on American Gladiators.
You wonder where those people went.
Oh, I'm watching this. Jesse, you know anything about the American Gladiators?
I know it was like one of those like whatever not obstacle course, but like one of those like game shows.
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's kind of it. Yeah.
So I don't really know like why that would be a story or what behind it.
Oh, I can't wait to find out. Oh yeah, these dudes were on the. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I'm watching this. When's this start? It's Tuesday. Oh yeah, I'm all about it. American Gladiators. What is Olivia doing?
Oh, she's not here.
She's here.
There's a staircase.
Is someone breaking into her house? Oh.
There she is. Let her catch her breath.
Bro, you okay?
Yeah. Hi.
I was concerned. I was like, what the hell is going on over there?
I went to run in my room and check my interwebs. Hey, James.
What's going on?
It's a wild, wild world out there. Hey, Damien, I like your shirt. Is it a jacket kind of or just a shirt that you wore on top?
It's like hey, there's Olivia. It's a thick flannel jacket that
Cute. Or just add that to the bucket, that pile of jackets that I want to steal from you.
You know what the funny thing is? All the jackets that you want to steal are probably made by the same designer.
I followed the links. I see who it is, but
it's
I don't
the same
see
guy
them.
who made the diamond jacket.
I want them.
Yeah, that's my guy, man. He's a bad dude. Bad.
I'm wearing my D-Lo sweatshirt. D-Lo and Casey.
I love it.
That's how chill it is in LA right now. Chilly, I should say.
Yeah, it's not even chilly here. I just put this on. Made back. Oh,
Damien, I cannot stop saying, hey, baby. And I actually really love it. It's just part of my everyday conversation now. Answering the phone.
What's up, baby?
What is that from?
Him.
I don't think it's from anything.
Just from you?
No, it's just. I don't think it's from anything.
Are you sure it's not a meme?
I don't think so. I know Kawhi said, "What it do, baby," one time, and people lost their mind.
Oh, I think I've heard Damien say it maybe twice, and then I just can't stop saying it. It's not like a thing he says all the time, but I love it.
I'm with it. I'll take it. I'll take whatever influence I can have.
Bro, what are you doing? That's all-time favorite.
Hang on. I had to interrupt Olivia making fun of me during the commercial break to bring us back here to the radio show as we welcome in the big homie, Olivia Christian. Make sure you're following Olivia across social media platforms. Check out all of her great content. You posted some very funny stuff recently. I thought the TikTok video with the algorithm passing you by was very funny. And because I can relate, pretty sure anyone who does any sort of social media work can relate. And then the LeBron James video I thought was funny.
Thank you. I'm at a frustrating point with social media. And I try to put it in perspective, right? Because a lot of the stuff that I'm doing it's for fun. But I do want the people who follow me to at least see it. And it's so out of your hands, like you get into a rhythm, you start seeing growth, and then all of a sudden it's like 2 views. I'm like, oh, this is the worst.
It's so frustrating. Like Instagram is really frustrating. I feel like during the Kings season, you could do the James Ham tweet, Kings win, and you get like 100,000 interactions. You post something in the off season, no one cares.
Yeah, like during the end of the season, I was like between like 8 and 10 million impressions on Twitter per 28 days.
Oh, poor James. Oh man.
but it goes away like instantly. And you're like, huh. I'm like, you just watch them tick off, all the days tick off as the 28 days moves forward. You're like, oh, there goes 100,000. Oh, there goes 400,000.
Oh, there goes game 5.
There
Game
goes
5 just disappeared.
600,000. You're like, you
sucks.
watch like quickly, you're like 3 million, 2 million. Like, oh, all right. Well, I'm not going to worry about it.
I
That's
hate
wild.
social media. I hate social media for that reason. It's
Yeah.
so frustrating. This is why some of the highest paid jobs within companies now are the social media coordinators. The young people who have mastered algorithms and know how to work or beat the system.
Yeah, I think like during the season, I'm really good at engaging, and I'm really good at engagement, but once the off season starts, it's like I'm not gonna try to keep up the engagement.
Well, it seems like it's a no-win situation because at one side they say like the more you post, the more views and likes and engagement you get. And other times you could see somebody will be like, "This is the first time I've ever done this." You're like, 10 million views? This is your first post ever? That makes no sense. But yesterday I posted a video across platforms where I didn't say anything. I just played that clip from that little kid from like 10 years ago saying LeBron James, because of course, after the Lakers lost, they were swept. We're all just talking about LeBron James. You couldn't escape the conversation. He had like 5 minutes to celebrate for Denver. And then it became about, well, is he going to retire? What are they going to do? How are the Lakers going to revamp their, and it was just chaos. So I just had a video of that voice and me looking afraid. And on YouTube, that's the first clip that I've ever made that's like a minute or less that got like 2,000 views in the first 5 minutes. Just 6 seconds of saying LeBron James's name. I'm like, I'm going to have to say LeBron James in everything I post in order to get some engagement. That is the lesson, everybody. Just say LeBron.
Part of the algorithm.
Really what you need like what we have, an employee of the month like Jesse, because Jesse has mastered the algorithm with our YouTube audience. So if you ever go and look at like the singular post from the show where Jesse will just cut a clip from the show and put it all on the air. If James and I or Kenny and I have a discussion about a player joining the Kings, Jesse knows immediately, I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to put it on YouTube all by itself. And it's going to do as many views as the entire 4-hour show did, if not more. And that happened yesterday. It's happened with John Collins. It's happened with every single player we've ever discussed.
I believe it.
I think from here on out, we just call him Employee of the Month, Jesse.
I agree. I agree. I henceforth he will.
That's why I
be
was
known.
laughing. Like Employee of the Month, Employee of the Month, Jesse in here cuts it.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think that should live forever. Olivia, Jesse was Odyssey Sacramento's Employee of the Month today.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
What did you get? Did a card, a gift card, a free soda? What do you get with that?
He got his name on a plaque with a picture.
They did shoot me a little something for Amazon too.
Oh, got it.
I just got that. I
Hey.
just got that email like literally right now.
Little Amazon gift card.
There
There we
it
go.
is.
I don't know,
You know what?
if
I
Stacey
bet-
or Aaron are listening. Why don't we give them some more hours and some extra money? Just
Hey.
thought, but go ahead. Oh, sorry.
That's so funny, Jesse, because I know I am on the lowest of the total. I got an email yesterday from Jeff, and he's like, Olivia, can you just check your email and take your classes? You need to sign off on your. I'm like, I don't even know how to get in my email. I'm trying to figure it out again. And then I see this thing that says I've missed like 10 of the HR classes. And I'm like, you are 967 days late on taking this video. Luckily, a lot of them were like 2 to 3 minutes. So I just started to try to knock them out
Did
yesterday.
you do the sexual harassment one?
Oh yeah. That was top of the-
it was amazing. The sexual harassment video was like 10 days long. Oh, it occupied your life.
I hit Davian up. I'm like, I can't put in hours for this, right? Because I'm not going to sit here and spend like 2 days watching videos if I can't bill you for those hours.
That's a good idea, James, because that is work. Like you're not
yes,
allowed to do it on your.
You have to bill them for these
Yes,
hours.
You
Yeah.
absolutely do that. But it was funny because the sexual harassment video was 10 days long and the racism video was about 10 minutes.
Yes.
They're like, just If you heard it in a rap song, don't say it. You're not allowed to say it. That's all they
That
wanted
was
to say.
the gist of the video. If you heard it in a rap song, don't repeat it.
Yeah.
You don't get the right to say that. I know social media was buzzing yesterday, and we actually started our show yesterday talking about the passing of the queen of rock and roll, Tina Turner.
Yeah. Tina Turner, I mean, obviously all of the wonderful things have been said about her. She's an icon. She's a legend, legs for days, and just a very unique performer. And you all know me by now. I always come back with the sad part of the story. We know the bigger sad part of her story. Angela Bassett, incredible actress, should have won the Oscar for that role. What's Love Got to Do with It? But one thing that comes to my mind, that came to mind especially, Damien, because of Corners of the Culture, the incredible podcast that you guys do, breaking down just like the history and everything that was happening at a different time and place when an album came out. And I remember after when What's Love Got to Do with It, the movie came out, a lot of hip hop artists started using lines from the movie. Eat the cake, anime, I'll beat you like Ike beat you. It was just ridiculous, sad and depressing. And, you know, comparing that kind of brutality and pairing it in a song for, I don't know, beats and it was just heartbreaking. And I always, like I said, I have a tendency to celebrate something, but also be like, don't forget, this is what happened. This is how we approached it. And living all the way in Switzerland, trying to get away from, you know, the media and from the hurt and pain, Tina suffered a lot. And we continued as fans of hip hop and as artists continue to put her name in there. It's traumatizing and re-traumatizing to hear people kind of laugh about it and make songs about it. So I hope as a culture, we're getting better about that stuff. I see sometimes
Jay-Z does it on Drunken Love. And he says, in 96, I bite like Mike. I'm Ike Turner. Now eat the cake, anime. I said, eat the cake. And every time he does it, of course, that's one of my favorite records. And I know, and I every time I do it, I go, that's not appropriate.
It's not good.
Like, it's absolutely not appropriate. And
Biggie, Common, a lot of folks did it. And some of it was, you know, ambiguous. It wasn't to say like they were for that type of thing. Sometimes it was just like a reference to it. But still, it's the worst thing she experienced for decades in her life. And to bring it up and tie that into the culture through music just seems so damaging and just embarrassing.
Well, the Ike Turner meme. It's Lawrence Fishburne as Ike Turner, a meme that people use where you've seen it a million times, even if you don't know it's from What's Love Got to Do with It. But it's Lawrence Fishburne in the tank top with the big eyes, like looking angry. Like that's Lawrence Fishburne as Ike. And every time I see that, I go, does not feel like a meme we should be using right now.
Can you imagine like your story being that difficult, just and then having a meme about it and people just use it to describe whatever? Like, I'm sure Tina, I don't know this, of course, but I'm sure Miss Turner was not on Twitter following all the memes, but there are people in her life, her children, her grandchildren. Like, it's just the worst. It was just the worst. But
Donnie, she never saw the movie.
Come again?
Did you know that? She never saw the movie?
Yeah. I've seen things on her with 60 Minutes on HBO. Like, she doesn't watch that stuff. But I did see the incredible artwork. I always call people by their like Instagram handle. Donnie is dope. I saw his. And when I see them in real life, even friends of mine, I am the cake. Oh, I mean, Natalie. But he apparently you commissioned some artwork. And I'm like, everything he makes, I want on a t-shirt. I want to wear all of this stuff. It's just so beautiful. And that tribute to her is top of the line. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I should probably hit him up about that because he did make that specifically for me. But he posted it on social media and it got such a response. Like people should be able to share in that, incredible work of the Dope Ones and what he made of Tina, what he's done for Mike. All of his work is really incredible. And of course, Tina passes away. James, I just realized this has been a really dark week for us. Yeah. Jim Brown passed away earlier this week.
Oh, that was Friday.
Oh, okay. Well, we were together. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was here Friday.
Still within the week period.
Yeah, and then we were just about to start the show. Was that yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
All the days
Tina
running
passed
together.
Away. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like minutes before we were starting the show, it hit Twitter. that was just like, oh, yeah, that was hard. You know, and you're seeing the tributes. The tributes are amazing. Even like, I don't know, did you see the Cher story where Cher and some of the other like rock like stars have been going out to see her in Switzerland and spending time with her?
Mhm.
Like showing her how much she was loved before she was gone. So really cool.
One quick thing on Tina, because I know you had something on Jim Brown. Was I retweeted it earlier. If I didn't, it's from Rolling Stone. They reposted the Kurt Loder article from 1984. That was essentially the very first time she opened up about what went on in her marriage with Ike Turner. It's featured pretty heavily in that HBO documentary I was talking about yesterday, but they posted it this morning, which if you've never read it or heard of it before, that 1984 article, it's the first time she opens up about Ike. It's absolutely worth going to read and see. It's what ultimately led to I, Tina being written, which is what ultimately led to What's Love Got to Do with It, which led to the musical on Broadway. By the way, that musical is touring and they're going to be in San Francisco in September. If you have the opportunity to see Tina Turner, the musical in San Francisco in September, they're there for virtually the entire month. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. It's incredible.
Wow.
I was fortunate enough to see the last Broadway version of that show last August. But you had some thoughts on Jim Brown too, before we get to happier things.
Yeah, it's interesting. All of these people in the public eye, athletes, artists, it's such a challenge to kind of celebrate part of their artwork or what they do on the field or on the court and then know them as an entire person. And I think from what I saw anyway, I didn't dive too deep into the tributes to Jim Brown, but I feel like people were pretty balanced. And I could be wrong because, again, I didn't dive deep into it. But Jim Brown had a complicated legacy. I remember, God, I wish I could remember the year it was. I remember where I was living at the time, but it was like mid 2010s, 2011, 2012. I can't remember when the Bears actually got into the NFC Championship. I believe Devin Hester was running it back for us. But I remember before the Super Bowl, we lost. But before the Super Bowl, there was a documentary about race relations and the NFL. And it really helped inform me about Art Shell and Bill Walsh and everything that they did to try to integrate their teams and the league. And of course, it went back to what Jim Brown was doing and some other top athletes like Muhammad Ali, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, back in the 60s, advocating for themselves against the war. And Jim Brown was a civil rights leader. He used his platform to, again, push for civil rights and equality. And, others were talking about not wanting us as African-Americans to go off to Vietnam and fight and kill other brown people who weren't doing anything to us. And then, decades later, when Kaepernick was putting his knee on the ground very quietly, just sitting down during the anthem, eventually the cameras turned to him and it created an uproar that we all know about. And unfortunately, Jim Brown had a lot of difficult things that he said about Kaepernick, and difficult is being kind. I was really angry at the time, 2018. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, like, I would never do anything against the flag. I would not desecrate the flag, the anthem. I'm an American. And he questioned his methodology for trying to bring attention to the fact that police were killing a lot of unarmed Black men. And there were a lot of professional athletes at the time and civil rights activists that were like, yo, do you not remember what you were doing when you were his age? Trying to fight for civil rights is exactly what Kaepernick's trying to do. And I think there were some people at the time that were trying to, like, well, Jim is a little bit older and he comes from a different time and they should do it the way Dr. King did it. But we have to remind ourselves, Dr. King was a reverend, a married man with kids who wore suits, held hands and sang songs, and they still murdered him. There is no right way to protest, but there are things that you need to bring voice to. And Kaepernick was trying to do that. And I think he did it quite effectively. When people were trying to twist his mechanisms around to say you don't love America, you don't like the troops. Like, I literally asked a veteran what I should do. This is what we've always done. But for Jim Brown to, I don't want to say attack, but to come out, I'm sure he was asked. I don't think he likely just stepped up to a mic and started giving his opinion. But for him to question this methodology and then to say things like the anthem is so sacred, the flag is so, I would never do those things. It just seemed wild, just wild. And on top of that were all the allegations around physical abuse, domestic violence. Again, Jim Brown did a lot to bring things to the forefront, to the attention of people who were ignoring it before. But there's always, there's two sides to that. So he could be celebrated for the amazing athlete that he was, what he tried to do and did successfully during the civil rights movement. But the other side of that story, the longer version, includes that violence. And again, his stance really not in support of Kaepernick. And when Kaepernick heard about it, he was like, he's totally allowed to have that opinion. I respect Jim Brown. He can say what he wants to say, as we all do as Americans. He didn't attack him as a result of that. But again, with him passing away, he had a long life. He created a lot of headlines, visiting Trump alongside Ray Lewis when Trump won. Questionable there as well. But Jim Brown is a whole person. And I always think it's important that we live in that reality and not have this face of like, well, I see no evil in or evil. I just like the way he ran. Well, he ran some shit. I'm sorry, Jesse.
Wow. Jesse, you got that? All right. Thank you. That's good. I don't know what it is, man. This show just makes people really, really comfortable. really, really comfortable. That's fine.
It's like the A's guy. I got to sit out for a week. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's those are the rules. What you said is still better than what the A's guy said. Yeah, James and I talked about that. Jim Brown he's a complicated.
Well, I think people are complicated. I think that's what, like, at the end of the day, people are complicated. And, as someone who lived in the public eye for, I don't know, what are we talking about with Jim Brown? Like,
that's
65
years.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you'd hope that everybody is like Hank Aaron and they can handle everything so dignified and be such a perfect role model from the time he was young all the way through. But that's just not the reality. And let's not forget that Jim Brown was an NFL running back for 9 seasons and was hit in the head so many times that it's crazy. And like, you get to his age and you don't know exactly what his health was and what all of these, like, I want to have some sort of patience for some of this. You can't have patience for all of it, especially like the violence stuff and even the way, he changed his point of view on civil rights. I mean, like, that's a really good point. And I think for a lot of people it's jarring, but I think we also have to take in consideration that some people just aren't the same when they get that old to where he was in life. And especially someone who went through like a lot of beating in the NFL. Like, I think we're learning now, like, so many players from that generation just aren't right. Like, they took too much physical abuse, and I don't mean like body was, I mean like mentally. And so, like, I don't know. I'd have to look at everything that he said, the totality of everything he said. But again, people are complicated, and I don't know how you view someone over like 60 years, 70 years in the spotlight.
Well, it's like what O just said about, you try to look at people in totality.
Yeah.
And you recognize there's good and bad with virtually everyone, except perhaps
we also shouldn't put people on a pedestal all the time. That's just kind of the way it goes, because they, like, we don't know what happens behind closed doors.
Yeah, that's probably a whole other complicated discussion. Hey, so how about sports, huh?
What about this potential Game 5?
How about those Nuggets? I wonder if if you had a clip just repeat the Denver Nuggets over and over and over again, would anyone ever see it? My guess would be no. LeBron James gets the algorithm. Denver Nuggets might not.
Yeah, just
Michael Malone.
Nikola Jokic. Yeah, no.
You also have to say it in a weird, like, twang. LeBron.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to have the right kind of name.
The Kings brought that kid to.
I remember that,
to Golden One Center.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why.
They were playing the meme game.
I mean, God bless the kid, but I thought that was weird.
Yeah, they were playing like let's try to make a new meme.
Oh,
yeah.
Did it work?
The kid is an adult now. He's on TikTok. He makes fun of it. He's got a full-on facial hair, and
that's hilarious.
Oh, so that's funny. Weird when the kids from the memes get older. Like, what in the confused kid is like a football player now.
Yes, the guy, like, he's kind of chubby and he's like,
yeah. he's like a college football player now. It's like, oh, what the hell is going on with the internet? Like, how is this happening?
How is time passing by?
Yeah, man. Time is a weird thing.
It's a construct.
You got any thought about the Celtics being down 3-1 to the Miami Heat? Or the Heat being up 3-1 on the Boston Celtics?
Well, game 4, I was iffy. I was 50-50. I mean, obviously, they can either win or they can lose. But when those games, when you're expected to win those games, to close it out, when Derek Jeter brings the wife out and they start singing chords, and when the stars come out to see this victory, those are the games that are hardest to win. You start messing up. You start questioning yourself, not trusting each other, not running plays the way you want to run plays. And the Celtics had nothing to lose. I mean, they didn't have any pride at this point. So, like, we're just going to ball out. Let's see what happens. And
playing a game void of pride. Good God.
They were just getting dogged out on every channel. I can't believe this is happening. Mazzulla should never have been the coach. So the only place they could go was up. You may as well get after it, and they did. So tonight is the real pressure. They've had trouble winning at home all season long, especially during the playoffs. The Heat, they do have a little pressure on them. You know, it starts getting a little creepy. Like, are we going to go 3-2? Is it going to go? Like, there's a little pressure there too. So I just think if either team does what it takes to win, which is getting the ball out of the net or taking it out or getting a rebound quickly, getting up the court quickly, getting into your offense before the defense sets up, you're going to win. If you live by the 3, you can die by the 3. We've seen teams go down like that. The Warriors went down. The Kings went down. The Lakers went down. When you can't hit threes, you have to return to playing good defense and then playing hard and fast. And whoever can do that tonight will get the win.
And some of those teams that you mentioned, though, it's not exactly returning to playing good defense. It's like, hey, we're going to have to find a way to play good defense here. Yeah. The shot's not dropping. Not going to name any names, but we all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can't not make shots and not play defense. You can't do none of it. You got to pick one.
We're going to have to reinvent who we are as a franchise between now and Thursday. Can we do it? Because if not, we're probably going to lose the series. But I'm going to need you guys to stop being offensive players, and I'm going to need you to only be defensive players. And I'm going to have to put you on stilts, Davion, and Domantas.
Well, I didn't name any names.
We're going to spend the next 2 weeks stretching your arms out to see if we can get to increase your wingspan. Like, what do you do? At some point?
The alternative, guys, is make your threes.
Yeah.
That's the alternative.
You got 2 choices.
Either
you hit your threes or I'm going to make you play defense.
Sabonis, I'm going to stretch you if these guys don't hit their threes. That's incredible.
Who do you got? Celtics or Heat tonight?
Well, my heart is with the Heat because I will never root for any team in any league out of Boston. That's just a thing for me. Or anywhere kind of near Boston, like maybe New York. That's as close as we get. Boston is such a
metropolitan area. The whole that part of the country you just X'd out. You put Jim Brown over there and you X'd it out.
I also don't kick it in Mississippi. There's parts of the country I'm nah. Very racist parts, even if they're progressive as a state. Massachusetts, I'm not trying to kick it in Boston. I've never been. I'm sure there's some corners, some little places you could go and not have. And I trust the professional athletes that go and play in these cities, even on their own teams. They know, and they're like, LeBron talks about it, and Bill Russell. I can't support a franchise, a team that is in a city that is so hateful towards African Americans. So let's go Miami. And I love seeing Alonzo Mourning and all of the old Heat players there. It just, I'm for the Heat. I hope I did not just jinx them by saying out loud who I'm rooting for, but.
Because that's how this works. If you say who you're rooting for out loud, you have jinxed them. That's just how it works. Now you need someone to offset your jinx. It's just.
I'm very superstitious.
It's the way sports work.
Yes, very superstitious.
Well, thanks for cussing today. We needed to spice up our Thursday a little bit.
I'm so
Clearly,
sorry.
Someone needs to go take their training.
I think it's possible Employee of the Month Jesse saved you, though.
I think he did. Jesse.
I think he did too. Jesse, I'll send Jesse another Amazon gift card. It's on the way.
That's right. That is why he's the Employee of the Month.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. That is Olivia Christian, the host of The Game Last Night. Make sure you're following her across social media platforms. Make sure you're subscribing to The Game Last Night And for now, she is an employee of ESPN 1320. We'll see how it goes the rest of the day, though. We'll come back. Much more to talk about as Zito and Casey continues with our ESPN 1320 Kings Insider. James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was fun.
You guys, Damien,
Yeah.
when
You
you talked
guys.
about this show 2 years ago, and I said my biggest fear was cussing on live radio. I cuss so much,
You know what
James.
the funny thing is? Like, does it really matter anymore? Like, I guess it does. I guess there are still rules for it, but I honestly don't think it matters.
I was raised like very like
I saw that. That's so funny.
Yeah. I went like most of my life I was raised like going to church every Sunday. So I have church mouth outside of there. Like I talk like a sailor. Like yeah.
I was
like-
not
Oh,
raised.
and
I was not
fired up
raised
ham?
this way.
oh, fired up ham.
Fired up ham will cuss your ass out.
Yeah, I can be unpleasant.
I would like to have a cuss off with you.
Yeah.
I was not
can-
raised this way either. My dad is a reverend. I was in church 3 times a week. When I moved to
Yeah.
San Francisco after college, I moved in with 2 guys. There were 3 of us, and these 2 guys cussed at everything. Everything was MFer,
Yeah.
MFer. I haven't stopped cussing since living with them 22 years ago. I can't stop. When I'm around my nieces and nephews, I have to speak very slowly. Just, hi, how are you? Like, just, it's wild. It's wild. I know my parents know that I cuss, but they just try to be like, you don't know her. It's not the devil. We prayed it out. I don't know. It's embarrassing, but that was my biggest fear. It took 2 seasons of being on the show to get it out. So
It's not that
my deepest apologies.
literally everyone has cussed on this.
It's honestly a badge of honor at this point.
It pretty much is. Like, I don't know who hasn't at this point.
I never know if I can say ass.
Ass is fine. I'm pretty sure
like, I
bitch
said
is
bitch.
fine.
I
Yeah,
need a
those two
list
are
of the
okay.
words I
Like,
can say and can't
I don't.
say.
Yeah, I really only think the F word is the one where it's like, oh, it's the F word. It's commercial. Fuck. You can't say fuck. But like,
There's like 4 words you can't say on here.
yeah, and I just
Yeah.
again, I don't even
And they're
know.
all my
how-
favorite ones.
Right. I don't know how real this even is anymore.
Yeah. That's
But-
funny. You know,
James,
Sean,
what's your favorite curse word?
me?
Yeah.
Oh, I say the F bomb all the time. All
M-
the time.
MFer is my favorite. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Just, it does something for me.
Sean cusses on the podcast quite often.
Oh, yeah.
And
Sean
and-
is such a casual, like low key cusser too.
yeah.
There's like no venom behind it.
It's funny you mentioned too your roommates. When I was young, I had a buddy who we became really close friends when he was like 17, I was 15. We played basketball together all the time. He didn't cuss. And then being around me, he started to cuss. And the infancy of his cussing was hilarious to me. Like, because he would like say a word and it's like, oh dude, you can't say that. It just doesn't sound right
Doesn't
coming from you. Like,
match.
there's a hesitation. It's like when someone really doesn't want to stab somebody, there's like the hesitation wound. You're like, that's what I get from your cussing.
That's a weird analogy. I
Yeah,
wasn't
like-
thinking
like-
of a.
Cop procedurals when there's like,
Oh,
they're like, oh, there's hesitation.
have you ever
wounds.
hesitantly stabbed somebody?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going in, but I'm not sure about this.
Yeah.
That's
So
really funny. Can I take a quick screenshot of us? I don't
You
think
got to
I've
do
ever
it
done
quick.
that.
'Cause I think we're almost.
1,
back.
2, 3, smile. Thank you. Bye, guys. Sorry, I'm sorry, but I know it's okay. But okay.
It's fine.
it
Bio.
happens.
Don't end broadcast.
Leave.
When did you guys start cussing?
Oh, I was
Oh,
super young.
man.
See, I
Super.
was one of those bad kids, like in 5th grade, who was just on the playground, just boom, boom, boom. And haven't
I
stopped
feel like
since.
I was a later cusser because I asked my mom to get me tapes and CDs with the parental advisory label on
Oh.
it. And she said, if I hear you repeating this, I'm not getting this for you anymore.
That had nothing to do with me cursing. Like yeah.
If you'd like to catch up with the origins of us using foul language, you can check out the previous commercial break over on YouTube. Fascinating discussions happening. It's got a strong Friday feels here on this Thursday for sure. as we continue to celebrate our Employee of the Month, Jesse, just by acknowledging he had to earn his money in the last segment.
He did.
I'm refusing that award next month or
The
whatever after.
brilliance.
Oh no,
Two-time
think-
award winners next month. What are you talking about?
I think James is on to something that you are just now referred to as Employee of the Month, Jesse.
Employee of the Month, Jesse.
Even in like 5 months, he's Employee of the Month.
Yeah, I might have a shirt made for him.
Oh,
Or
that's a
just
good-
if we show up one day wearing the shirt of the stuff on.
Dr. David's
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I know somebody.
Yeah.
We're getting on that.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
The funniest part was like last night I was like, because you asked me last week or whatever
Uh-huh.
on the fourth wall, like, hey, can you come to the meeting next week? And I was thinking last night, I was like, Damian knows I hate these meetings. Like, why
Mhm.
would he ask me to go? So I figured, yeah, that's what was happening.
Yeah, that was the sole reason why. And I got it. So when Kimberly told me, I was like, hey, I need you to come to the next staff meeting. Like, okay. So Kimberly hit me this morning, like, hey, can you make sure Jesse is at the staff meeting today? And I'm like, yeah, I already took care of that. Because even they recognize they don't pay Jesse enough to show up to these staff meetings. So part of me was thinking, don't come. That way, when they do it, I could say, he's not here because you don't pay him enough. You literally don't pay him enough to show up to these staff meetings. And I could have made a big point out of it. But instead, Jesse had his moment, which the whole staff seemed to love, by the way.
We
I'll-
can
Go
just
ahead.
transfer this. You can just like use that line for me now.
Okay.
James snuck in
You talk-
midway through the meeting and went straight to the studio
you-
because you don't pay him enough
Well,
to yeah.
You talk about using F words every time. Every time James pay raise comes up, I use several F words. Go ahead, Jesse.
I was gonna say part of it was like, I was like, this is Zoom. Like, I wonder if I can just come through Zoom and that's okay.
It's a good thing you didn't. Some people say they're on Zoom and actually aren't. We learned that yesterday.
Oh yeah. We know who you are, pal.
Oh
Just-
no.
Just know we
We
know.
That's hilarious.
Oh, it's fun. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, we'd love to hear from you. I've done that before, by the way. I'm not afraid to like piss people off. Did Kyle ever tell you how I got Kyle full time with the bad guys?
I've
So-
heard that story briefly.
So Kyle Madsen was the second, he was sitting second to Carmichael Dave in the morning. And he was a part-time employee. And one like company party, I don't know what it was, Christmas, whatever. He won like some raffle that he got a big screen TV. And our general manager comes over and says, congratulations, Kyle. That's great stuff there. Like, hey, that's cool. Do you have any like health insurance or 401k in your little, raffle thing over there? Oh, what do you mean? Well, like he's the second person on your morning show. Like he should be full time. He should have health insurance and 401k. Oh, D'Lo. No, I'm serious. Like he should be a full-time employee. He's literally the second person on your drive show. Oh, D'Lo, and walks away. 4 days later, he's a full-time employee. Didn't make any money, which is why he went to 95.7, but at least he had health insurance and 401k.
And
Sometimes you got to make people uncomfortable. That's just what you got to do.
Yeah.
Just make people uncomfortable.
plus he was able to go to that next spot and get all that stuff because he had it before, because he was full time. Even if it was a short stint, you're full time one place. It's hard to go back to
Yeah.
part time somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. But the radio world is tough. But we've got some. I'm very, very confident that ESPN 1320 has some very exciting things ahead. It was funny over the last couple of days. We've talked about like teams and what different things look like, and reading when the Celtics were down 3-0. Some of the insanity surrounding Jaylen Brown was spectacular. Virtually every beat writer for every franchise in the NBA had a trade proposal to land Jaylen Brown. They had an idea about how their franchise could capitalize off the massive dysfunction involving the Boston Celtics when they were down 3-0. And it goes back to Jesse's question. what happens if the Celtics win tonight? What happens if the Heat win tonight? The conversation in that centers, regardless of which of those two questions you choose to answer, you're probably saying something about the Boston Celtics. Because if Miami wins, we know as far as the Heat, they're just going to the NBA Finals. They're going to compete for the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
But the deeper conversation is, what does Brad Stevens say tomorrow? What's the next step for the Boston Celtics? What's Jaylen Brown's demeanor? What's his desire to stay in Boston? How important is that max, that super max contract that he can get now for making all NBA? Like, how much of that does that factor all into this? And that it was just incredible reading all of the bad ideas involving Jaylen Brown and the Minnesota Timberwolves, Jaylen Brown and the Detroit Pistons. Like, you guys got to stop this.
I gotta wonder if Eric Spoelstra blows a 3-0 lead.
Oh,
and the Boston Celtics go to the NBA Finals. Do we see even a murmur about Eric Spoelstra being on the hot seat in Miami?
Chance.
Is
No
Jimmy
chance.
Butler potentially going somewhere else because the Miami Heat can't get over the hump and he's had enough?
No chance.
Is Caleb Martin going to get like 3 first?
Caleb
Will
Martin.
It cost 3 first-round picks to get Caleb Martin? Yeah, like
You really like the Martin twins.
this is where we're at, though. This is where we're in this ridiculous.
But is it different with Miami because they're the underdog? Like, because none of those questions that you just asked are actually going to be asked.
No, they're not
like,
going to be asked.
Miami, this feels unfair. So sorry, but Miami, it feels like Miami's overachieved. Like they were 4 minutes away from being eliminated. They're the 8th seed and they're up 3-1 on the 2 seed. Whereas Boston, this is for an entire season. This conference has been Milwaukee's, Boston's, or Philadelphia's.
Yep.
And now Miami has inserted themselves into the conversation where, I mean, losing a 3-0 lead is a tough thing to put on your resume if you're Eric Spoelstra. But you're Eric Spoelstra. You have titles that go with that blown 3-0
I was just
lead.
being facetious. Like, I totally agree. Like, we're not going to hear this, but that is the world that we're living in, where everything has to be a hot take. Everything has to be so reactionary. And it's really difficult to watch. How many different trade proposals can we work out? You and I, we were talking before we got on the show. There's a piece by The Athletic, and I actually, like, Kelly Ito, like, I respect as a writer.
Mhm.
Like, I think this is a talented writer and good ideas. But like, I'm looking at this article and I'm just like, did someone get hit in the head with a shovel?
Oh.
Like, I'm just completely confused. Like, the trade proposals for the 4th overall pick. And you get to stuff where you're like, so of course the Golden State Warriors could acquire the 4th pick overall, and they're giving up Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, and the Warriors receive Kevin Porter, Jayshawn Tate, KJ Martin, the number 4 pick, and Houston's first-round picks in 2025 and 2027.
That is a wild one.
So not only are you giving up the 4th pick, you're giving up 3 young players, but you're giving up 2 additional picks for the bloated, crazy contract of Jordan Poole and what looks more and more like a first-round bust in Jonathan Kuminga. I'm like confused, and these are the things that are out there that we see, and like every single one of the trade proposals, like none of them are true value. I've never seen anything like that where, again, a 27-year-old restricted free agent Cam Johnson is worth KJ Martin, Jayshawn Tate, the number 4 pick, and 2 future firsts. Say what?
Yeah.
Cam Johnson, a restricted free agent,
Good ball player.
a solid ball player, but not an all-star, and he's worth the number 4 pick and 2 future firsts? What am I reading?
Oh, man.
What is happening?
I don't know. For whatever it's worth, Kyle Madsen's listening, and he said that they should absolutely do that trade. Well, of course, the Warriors should do it.
Yeah.
The Warriors should do that in a heartbeat.
They should do that twice. They
Yeah.
should just see if they can do that with all of their players except for Steph. Just trade them for like 3 quality or 3 like interesting young players and 3 first-round picks.
They should.
Clay,
The
done.
conversation
Draymond,
starts.
done.
Hey, did y'all read that article? Bob, well, I guess Bob Meyer. I don't know who calls. Whoever the Warriors general manager is calling. Did y'all read that article in The Athletic? What do you think? Huh?
What do you think?
You want to do this? Can I interest you in Jordan Poole? For the record, I think Jordan Poole is a good ball player. I think he is saddled by his circumstances.
Is he?
Which goes back to
3
what
first-round picks,
Well, no, he's not.
including the number 4 pick in the 2023 draft, which is supposed to be a historically good draft, not just the top 3, but a really, really good draft, like up till like 15 or 20.
He's not that.
I'm just saying.
He's not that.
I'm confused. I'm confused, like the world we're living in. And you mentioned this morning, you watched, like, was it Colin Cowherd, right? And I saw a clip of him, and he says, "Read in The Athletic, a subscription-based description, like news source," and I'm like,
But we just learning what The Athletic was? Did someone just turn him on to this publication?
what are we doing? He could have said The Athletic, who bought every beat writer in America. Let's go on it. Like, I'm confused. Like, do people not know who what The Athletic is at this point?
Maybe I do want to point something out. I saw Colin Cowherd. I don't want to make it seem like I was sitting down watching Colin Cowherd. Just getting my hair cut. Colin Cowherd was on the TV. I saw it more than I watched it.
I was not listening either. I saw a clip as I was scrolling through.
Maybe he was trying to make a grand point. I don't know what Colin Cowherd was doing. I make it a point to not know what Colin Cowherd.
I do too. Well, if you missed it the first time, he'll tell you 12 minutes later what he was talking about.
Yes, because he still believes that's how radio works.
The 12-minute cycle.
Oh, he believes that.
And he'll tell you about the 12-minute cycle.
He will.
As many times as he talks about the same thing every 12 minutes.
Because people listening truly give a crap about that. Or watching.
I don't know. I'm new to radio. You guys could just say I'm an idiot, but
that's definitely the old school way of doing things.
Yeah.
Like you play the hits. You play the same record every 12 minutes because they'll tell you your audience recycles every 12 minutes because people are getting out of the car, they're getting in the car, they're getting out of the car. But there's this weird new phenomenon called podcasting.
Yeah.
Where if you miss something, you go back and you listen to it later. Yeah. If you missed, and there are things that are worth repeating. Hey, we heard yesterday that San Antonio and Charlotte could be added to the California Classic. We mentioned that a couple of times on yesterday's show. It's important for different people.
Once early, once late.
That's it.
We did not say it every 15 minutes.
We did not. Oh, we did not.
And it didn't get aggregated, so we're okay.
Well, there you have it.
Rumors.
That's all they are.
Rumors and innuendo.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320. You could jump in the chatty house as well over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. But that article on the subscription-based publication, The Athletic, that you were just referencing there a moment ago, bringing up different trade proposals. This all started with me kind of chuckling at the idea that Jaylen Brown is going to want out of Boston, or that Boston's going to want Jaylen Brown out of there. But it does pose the question that I asked you, and I think we got sidetracked because we really started talking about Trae Young a lot. But do you think a star is traded this offseason? And Jaylen, Trae was kind of one people may have lightly kept an eye on. Luka, far more far-fetched, but people were looking at Dallas like, and we'll get to Dallas later, like, how the hell are they going to get better? And you've got this situation with Jaylen Brown, where there's a belief that he doesn't like being in Boston, be it with the Celtics or kind of playing behind Jason Tatum a little bit. And there's a strong belief that he doesn't like being in the city of Boston. So he's at the top. He's entering the final year of his contract, though I believe that can change. I think he can get an extension now as soon as the season's over because of his supermax status through All NBA. But year after year after year after year, big stars are moved. Is this year the exception where that doesn't happen?
I thought maybe a month ago that this was the year that we would see young stars traded, because
Like a Luka type.
well, yeah, but I mean, there's a stack of them. So you could say Trey, you could say Luka, you could say Zion, you could say Cat, like all of these younger, and
Cat's a fascinating one.
we could see a musical chairs type thing where everybody is just shifted to different teams. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I certainly think that there's enough like out there that you're like, okay, maybe each of these teams are going to say, okay, I'll give it one more year. I'll give the Zion experiment one more year. I'll give the Trey Young one more year. We'll see if Quinn Snyder can be the guy who sets him straight, even though the other guys weren't. You know, even the Cat situation, there was so much time missed between everybody there that you want to see it for one more year. But I don't know.
You sure about that?
With Cat?
Yeah. Well, well, I think it's Cat, but are you sure about that with Minnesota?
I think Minnesota's a mess.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, I think they're a mess. But there's nothing you could do once you traded for Rudy Gobert. Like, you're not getting your money back out of the Rudy Gobert situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's
you're
sunk cost.
Yep.
You know, sunk cost fallacy. Like, it is what it is. Like, you can't. There's no way to go back and get 4 first-round picks for him. No one will give you that deal. So yeah, I think we're in a weird time, and I do think stars will change teams because they always do. You know, this will be another summer where we see players move that you're surprised by.
Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, stars, I guess, is a relative word, but I mean, James Harden and Kyrie Irving are free agents. Whether I like it or not, James Harden is a star. Whether he's that level of player anymore probably remains to be seen. But he certainly is a star. I think Kyrie is a massive star. I'm anxious to see. You know, we'll get to the rumors around James Harden. When you talk about agents out there doing work, I'm sure people saw the James Harden report. Kyrie was on IG Live yesterday.
Yeah, that was interesting. I saw that.
I don't know what he was talking about. I feel like I missed. I feel like I got Kyrie's response to something, but I missed what he was responding to.
I think it's all the Windhorse, like LA can fit him in. And so I think people were tagging him and like saying, hey, are you coming to the Lakers? Or, hey, are you coming back to Dallas? And we see this saying that the Dallas Mavericks think that they're going to be able to reshape their entire roster with the number 10 pick and then bring back Kyrie and find some way to make some other miracle trade. Maybe they will, because every time I think that teams can't do it, they seem to figure out a way to do it. Like, you know, it every year you're like, that didn't make any sense. I don't know how that just happened. And I didn't see that coming. And sure enough, there they are. You're just like, you're stunned by it. You're like, wow, I didn't think that was going to actually happen.
Speaking of stars changing teams, so much was made of LeBron and his remarks at the end of his press conference. And LeBron was stealing the spotlight away from Denver. LeBron was trying to take attention off the fact he was just swept out of the playoffs. And then there was this one. LeBron James wants a trade. And this is how he was doing it. I heard, and I'm not going to say from who, but everyone can guess. I heard someone go on their radio show and say that LeBron James, what he did in that post-game press conference was the first step in forcing a trade to the Golden State Warriors.
I love it.
Come on, man. Everything in the world doesn't revolve around you guys. Okay, you gotta stop doing this. You guys have to stop doing this.
If he did do this, and we saw the reaction that Kevin Durant got would it diminish LeBron James's legacy. Would his legacy
Look at James.
be completely diminished
Look at James.
if he decided to go to the Golden State Warriors to try to win one more ring? Just a ring chaser.
Look at James.
Just a ring chaser.
Hey, Bristol is on the phone for you right now.
Just a ring chaser.
Oh man.
No, come on now.
I could
That's
not
wild.
believe that. I was like, God, please stop this. Please stop this. LeBron James is not trying to force a trade to the Golden State Warriors. LeBron James isn't there. The simplest explanation is always worked. Like but you've got to ignore it. LeBron James is about to turn 39 years old in December. He had just played like 48 minutes, 40, 10, and 9, or whatever he ultimately had. Maybe he was just tired, dude. Like maybe the season, the injury, the rehab, the thought that he might have surgery here in the coming weeks, all of that. Maybe that's why he was like, man, I got a lot to think about.
Maybe he was just disappointed that he lost the series.
Everyone said LeBron James was stealing the spotlight for Denver or taking the focus off the fact that he was swept. When in reality, LeBron James just told you how he felt, and you decided to talk about LeBron James over the Denver Nuggets. You decided to not talk about Nikola Jokic in the A block of your little radio show or your podcast or your television show. That was your decision. It was not LeBron James's decision. It was yours. LeBron was tired. He was not trying to force a trade to the Golden State Warriors, who, by the way, he eliminated. And Kyle Matson's listening, and he keeps texting me these stupid trade proposals for Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. The answer to all of them, Kyle,
they're worth gold,
is no. Though I like Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's Kuminga, I'm so curious about. I'd love to see Jonathan Kuminga here.
I'm not saying that
Rashawn Holmes for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Kuminga is a complete bust and that he's worthless or anything. What I'm saying is that, like, it's not working there, and his value is like 40 cents on the dollar compared to where you drafted him. It is like, can you get the 24th pick for Jonathan Kuminga? And would a team like the Kings, who have aspirations to be a really good team, would they consider something like that? And the answer is probably not. Maybe. But it just depends on how much they value him and, what Mike Brown thought of Jonathan Kuminga, what he saw behind the scenes as an assistant coach there for a couple of years. I still that's really, really crazy.
All kidding aside, wouldn't Rashawn work really well in Golden State? Like Rashawn, finding the right spot for him is difficult. I feel like Golden State works, but maybe I just like Rashawn Holmes, and maybe it doesn't.
Okay, so I like to be completely blunt and honest in these situations, and I'm just going to say that wherever Rashawn Holmes goes at this point, it has nothing to do with Rashawn Holmes as the player. Like, he realistically hasn't played in a year and a half. Mm-hmm. There is no value there. The Kings understand that. Anything that Rashawn Holmes can bring to a team, and I'm not saying Rashawn Holmes is a bad player. I'm saying that his time with the Sacramento Kings came and went, and every team in the league looks at it that way as well. They could like him as a potential player, but on a buyout contract. But at this point, any value that he has as a player, unfortunately, is going to have to be rebuilt by him. And I don't know. He needs to show that he can still be that type of player. I mean, he just got beat out by Chimezie Metu and Alex Len all season long.
Yeah.
And for playing time behind Domas. And I'm not calling Rashawn out, because I don't know, the inner workings of what happened there is one thing, but you didn't even have a moment where the Kings gave him an honest shot to try to showcase him and build value in him so they could actually try to trade him. They literally just stopped using him at all. And it's not so he didn't get hurt. I mean, this is we've seen it happen with other players where Kenny Thomas barely played at all in the final years of his career. with Sacramento. Like he was a contract that was supposed to be an expiring contract that you could trade at like $8 million. No one ever traded for it. Like it expired. And so that's where you're at with Rich. And it's not, again, I'm not calling Rich out. I'm saying that that's the reality of his situation as an NBA player. If he makes it back to the league into a rotation in the league, it's going to have to be as a player who gets bought out or gets traded to a situation that just happens to need some minutes here and there. And he ends up being really good for them and like rediscovers who he was as a player like 4 years ago when he was such a great find for the Sacramento Kings.
We've talked about the older teams in the Western Conference. What about the younger ones? We'll dive into that when D'Lo and KC with James Ham returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man, I'm going to get up for a second.
All right. Wait, I'm confused by this. I don't know if you're being facetious or not. Scout Recycler, I'm tired of this Holmes can't play garbage. The guy had a decent game against the Lakers last time he played. Maybe you're just being funny, but like again, Richaun Holmes this season, and like there was a lot of talk that the Kings kept Richaun Holmes because Mike Brown wanted to work with him. The Richaun Holmes situation is like he started one game. He averaged 8.3 minutes per game over 42 games. He literally played 348 minutes for the Kings this year. Like the stats just like he was left out of a rotation for a team that needed a backup center, and he was a backup center. So like a couple of years ago, Richaun Holmes was a very, very good player for the Kings. And then he went through an entire year where he had like all kinds of issues, like got cut in the eye twice. He got COVID, like all kinds of things happened with him. But at this point, he hasn't literally been part of a rotation for a year and a half. That's not usually something, an asset that someone would trade for.
He's got 2 more years on his deal.
Yeah, he's got 12 million next year and 12 and a half. It's almost 2 years, 25. 12.2, and the second year is a player option. But again, he's not opting out of $12.5 million when he hasn't hardly played, or $12.8 million. He'll never recoup that money.
That seems like a tough contract to trade for, just because, like you said, we haven't really seen him for a year and a half. Like, do you think there's any chance they just cut him?
No, because it's hard. But like, if you're gonna do again, I'm not saying that the Kings are trading for John Collins. But if you're going to do a trade for a guy like John Collins, where you're going to have to give up an asset to get Collins, but you're also going to have matching salary, you're going to have to figure out a way to come close to matching salary. That's where you would actually jump on board and use him as a salary player. So John Collins is owed 3 years at $75 million. So the next year and the year after, they would basically, you'd wipe out $12 million of his salary, and you'd make Atlanta eat some of that salary. So you're really taking on 3 years at $50 million of John Collins for in a trade in theory. So yeah, you're not going to waive him until you have to.
Shout out to Troy Payne of Equity Basketball. That's James Harden's agent.
Oh.
And I got to believe that it was Mr. Payne and Equity Basketball who floated that 4-year, $200 million deal out there. Because there is exactly one team that I think is willing to offer that contract. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But he's been linked to the Houston Rockets since before the freaking season started. There's a report today that Philadelphia has no desire to offer James Harden a max contract. And that's his boy in Daryl Morey there in Philadelphia. And even they're like, I don't know about that. So shout out to Troy Payne, because any contract details that you get at this time of the year are coming from agents.
What if I told you there's not one team that wants to give him a 4-year, $200 million contract?
Got to believe that it's there's one.
What if I told you that there's not, that's an agent trying to talk 200 million into existence?
You don't think he'll get that from Houston?
Why would Houston give him that?
I have no idea why Houston even wants him. I really don't. And I understand.
I agree with
James
you.
Harden is one of the greatest two guards we've ever seen. I got that. Man, I wouldn't do it.
No,
I wouldn't do it.
I'm just saying, like,
Paul George
I don't
wouldn't
buy
do
it.
it either.
like
Paul George said I wouldn't bring him back.
like we kept hearing for months and months and months that Rashawn Holmes was getting a 4-year, $80 million contract. Months. Like, it started early in the year. He got and then we were even told that he got a 4-year, $55 million contract.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. That was if he got traded twice.
It was like, wait, that's not possible.
15% trade kicker.
That was an NFL announcement where they announced the entire deal of every single thing. Oh, I forgot he has a trade kicker. Wow.
Well,
I
see, the
forgot
Kings
Rashawn has
absorbed
a
the trade kicker there.
But
so
isn't that trade kicker, is it gone? Is it for the duration of the contract, or was it for the first 2 years?
No, it's for the duration, but I don't believe it counts for the player option year. So the trade kicker is a 15% trade kicker, which would basically be like an additional like $1.8 million or something, or $1.65 million. It wouldn't be that bad. So because his contract's $12 million and it's for the years that are guaranteed. And so if you do it at the beginning of the contract, if you signed him and then traded him when his contract was $47 million, even you take away the last year, that would have put his, so at like $34 million, a 15% trade kicker on $34 million is like $4.7 million bucks. So that's where we're getting that higher dollar figure that they were quoting. And that was given to me. It was given to Shams. It was given to me as a higher dollar figure. But you can't say that we couldn't have told that. First of all, the Kings never negotiate. They don't tell you contract negotiations. You got to go get that stuff afterwards from other people, right? But then the way that it was going to work out was we kind of had to believe that guy. And there were mechanisms in place where the Kings could clear out salary cap space and actually clear salary cap and then go sign him. It didn't have to be the early bird exception that they were signing Holmes to. So I was like, okay, well, maybe they're trading Marvin Bagley to somebody and not taking back money. And they have another deal worked out where they're actually going to clear up some cap space and actually sign him. But that's not what happened. It was just an agent that was like doing some really strange math with like a gigantic upside down abacus.
I don't remember what the number was, but you mentioned him earlier. There was a Josh Hart number out there too.
18 million starting salary. That's what I saw this morning. There was a rumor of an $18 million starting. That's
a hefty number, right? For him?
It's a hefty number, but you're talking about a guy who made 13 million this last year. So, I mean, how hefty is it? Is it out of the realm? Again, we keep talking about salary cap going up, and we're talking about a player who plays for a team that's already above the cap.
Mm-hmm.
So any money that he does sign for is going to be Larry Bird stuff. They own his rights. They'll be able to go up and above the salary cap to do it. So maybe that's what he gets. But that's danger zone. And that's where, again, if you're Harrison Barnes' agent, you're looking at it going, hey,
yeah,
like this dude's getting that much money. Where's my money?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, go ahead and get that money somewhere else. Where are you going to find that? And if you can't, come back and talk to us.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. If you're a business out there and you'd like to sponsor Kamara's Daily Call in here to the show, just contact me directly. You don't even have to contact Rich Ripley anymore. Just contact me directly, and we'll get you set up, and you can be the sponsor for Kamara's Daily Call. Kamara, what's going on, man?
Well, just let them know when they contact you directly, you won't return their calls. So let's go with that. Oh, that's just me.
Oh, stop it. That's not true. That's cap.
That's
That's cap. This man out here lying to everybody.
Okay. Just all right. 18 knows the truth. All right. Anyway, I was gonna.
Kamara called me at 4:05 because he wants to continue the conversation about the Sacramento Kings, not really realizing I have no desire to talk for the next 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Like, I would just prefer to sit in straight silence for 4 straight days.
He wasn't calling to invite you to Vegas
He
with
was
your
not.
with
Nope,
your plane
that's not what
ticket
he was
and your
doing.
hotel stay and,
Nope.
and your
It's all-
boxing.
no, it's a trade
Okay,
proposal.
I'm just
Sorry, Kamara. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kamara.
No, I was just fascinated with the conversation with that surrounding Chris Mannix and how he, like you said, the quiet part out loud. I'm sure you'll see the clip circulating, but it's weird because, like, as a Sacramento Kings fan, this is kind of known, right? Like, they don't, unless you're the Lakers or, the Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks, like, they don't pay attention to basketball. You have people watching Sacramento Kings in a playoff. Stephen A. Smith said, I didn't even know this team was this good. Now, this team was a 3 seed for 67% of the season, and there are people who get paid millions of dollars literally said, I never even watched this team. And so, it's something about NBA media, which is so disheartening, because if you watch NFL, they can talk about all 32 teams, and they don't care. They're not, concerned with a city or a locale. Like, they don't just focus on the LA Rams or the LA Chargers, right?
Yeah.
They're focused on, every single NFL team. But for the NBA, it is such a hard concept for them to consider other franchises that are not located in New York, LA, or Boston, or even Philadelphia. Like, it's really hard for them.
Yeah, I think it's less the locales, Kamara, and more the locales, maybe they are a big part of it, but I think it's more like the players. Like, there'll be an uptick in Oklahoma City Thunder coverage if LeBron James went there. San Antonio is about to get an uptick in coverage, in national coverage, because Victor Wembanyama is going to be there. The frustrating part about that is, again, it goes back to who establishes the stars. The stars or the media. De'Aaron was the star all season, and I'll never forget Stephen A. It's exactly what Kamara was talking about right there. I owe that brother an apology. Like, you didn't watch him. Like, he had the reaction of someone who saw De'Aaron Fox play for the very first time after game 1, or it might have been after game 2 at this point. That's all that was. And Chris Mannix said today that the Nuggets aren't interesting. There's no interesting story. There's no interesting player. Like, there's nothing interesting about them. And that's why people are talking about LeBron James instead. And it really is a fascinating comparison to the NFL, because this is not a problem in the NFL. When Joe Burrow went up there in Cincinnati and started lighting things up, they had no problem in-depthly discussing the Cincinnati Bengals. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, same way. Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, that's easy. Like, if there's a good... They were covering Gardner Minshew in the Jacksonville Jaguars like he was going to be something in the league. But it seems to only be a problem in the NBA, and I don't know why that is.
Okay, so when we're talking about it really just depends. Like, when you talk about NBA media, the guys like myself who are there every day and who are working and covering a team and all that stuff, like, we watch other teams and we watch some other basketball, right? But we're also so hyper-focused on the team that we're covering, because it's not just that we've got a game on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. It's that we have practice on Tuesday, shoot around on Wednesday morning, practice on Thursday. Like the week is much bigger than what people think. Even like a normal game day, you're like, okay, like, I get to the arena at like 10:30 in the morning, and sometimes I come back here and I go on on the air with you, but
Mhm.
then I'm back at the arena from 4:00 until, or 4:30 until 11 o'clock at night. Like, these days are like 16, 18-hour days covering a team. And so you're not going to get like a general, like how many, like a full scope from someone like me on every single team in the NBA. Do I know the NBA really well? Absolutely. Have I watched every single team in the NBA? Absolutely. I watch each of them at least twice a year with the Kings, some of them 3 times, some of them 4 times. And then on top of that, I watch other games as well. The NFL, on the other hand, is games, 1 game a week. Either Sunday or it's Monday. Then we throw in this stupid Thursday game, but realistically, it's Sunday or Monday, and the times are where everyone can watch. Even if you start watching like the morning games, all of us have on the morning game and Red Zone
Mhm.
or Red Zone, and you're just watching that play. So you're getting a taste of every single team every single time. There isn't a Red Zone for the NBA. There, which is something that they need to do, where they throw up every game and it's all a bunch of like Brady Bunch squares, and
I
you can
love
sit
that
there and watch
idea.
games.
Yeah, I
And
love
you
that
can
idea.
go click on a game and it opens up and you see that game, and then shrink it back down and go to a different game. That would be cool,
You
right?
could do that on the app. Yeah.
Yeah, so that might be something that like would help expand the knowledge. But when we're talking about a radio show at 10 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, that's going on, in Boston, and they're talking about the games the night before, and you have like 6 games, and some of them started at 10 o'clock at night your time, and you're not staying up until 1 o'clock in the morning digesting the 3 or 4 games and watching them on multiple screens so you can talk about it the next morning. That's why I think we have a disconnect. We have a bunch of people who watch a lot of East Coast basketball that are talking about the sport on the East Coast, and they're not in California waiting up, staying up and watching every Kings, every Clippers, every Warriors, every Suns game. Like, that's just every Portland game. They're not watching them because they come on way later, and then there's multiple games and you're trying to digest everything. So do they catch some of the games? Sure they do. But I don't think any of these guys are staying up until 4 o'clock in the morning, rewatching every single game that went on the night before, where the NFL literally starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, West Coast time, and goes until, the late game. But you have so much time to digest. You have so many ways that you can watch multiple games, and it's a slower sport. Like, there's a 45-second clock between every play, where the NFL, in the NFL, Major League Baseball, there's a clock running that's trying to speed up the game, but there's still so much you can watch. You can watch baseball. You can watch 5 baseball games at one time and just sit there and watch a whole wall of baseball games and get a really good feel for what's happening. You can't do that.
Chances are all 5 of them, nothing's happening.
Well, exactly. But the NBA, you can't watch 5 or 6 games at one time because it's back
You
and
miss
forth and
too
back
much.
and forth and
Yeah.
back and forth. So, yeah.
I think Kamara's argument though was, or Kamara's frustration was, it's one thing if you're James Ham. If you're James Ham, you want supreme Kings content. That's where you're going. You're going to James Ham for that.
Yeah.
But if you're turning on ESPN and you want a perspective on the NBA, you're not going to get that. You'll get, because you talk about like tip times and West Coast games, you're going to get a perspective on the Golden State Warriors, and you're going to get a perspective on the Los Angeles Lakers because of LeBron James and because of Steph Curry. Otherwise, and if the thing about start times and being up late and all this stuff, then you can't be called an NBA analyst. You could be called an NBA Eastern Conference analyst. You can be called a NBA superstar analyst, but you can't be called an NBA analyst if you can't tell us why the Sacramento Kings did something like the entire year. What did they do that was special? You knew about the beam, but what else did you know? And judging by the first round playoff series against the Golden State Warriors, you didn't know anything. And I think that was the frustration Kamara was talking about. And that's kind of the lame stuff from Chris Mannix. I don't love, like, there are reasons that I don't love to like watch Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic borders on clumsy to me. And it's one of the most incredible things you'll ever see for a dude who's going to go for 40, 17, and 17. And I'll say this, he might stumble 7 times before throwing the most beautiful pass you've ever seen. He can see things that I think only a handful of point guards in the league can see. And they're good. When they're making shots at the rate in which they did, like Jamal Murray having the games that he had, that to me is exciting. That's fun. I also think their crowd is lame, but that's a different story. Like there's the Nuggets aren't the Spurs of old. That Spurs team was boring, and they were boring by design. Pop was boring. Tim Duncan was boring. Their stars were boring. Jokic isn't. Michael Malone's going to give you sound bites. Jamal Murray is exciting. You just made the decision, Chris Mannix, you made the decision to not watch and to not invest. And you're framing it as if they're not interesting. You're not interested in them. That's not the same thing.
I fully agree. I think it's lazy.
That's
Really.
100% what it is.
It is. It's lazy because if you can't find joy in watching Nikola Jokic, then what are you watching? Because, I mean, this is like half of the things he does, half of the passes he does are like Harlem Globetrotter stuff. I mean, this dude is grabbing a rebound under the basket and launching it 75 feet down the court to a guy running in stride who dunks it. If you can't find beauty in what Nikola Jokic is doing, it's because you didn't watch. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, it's lazy. It's him like not investing the time and the energy to actually focus on what's happening. Like, again, you can look at Keegan Murray this season, and you could, if you're not watching him play and you're just looking at the box score and you're like, okay, like why was this guy the number 4 pick? He's only averaging 12 points a game. He's only, he's not getting a bunch of assists. There's a couple of games where he got some decent rebound numbers. He hit a bunch of threes, so maybe you could focus on that. But if you're just looking at him and saying, oh, look, he only averages 12 points a game, the Kings blew it because Jaden Ivey's averaging more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just a really, really low budget analysis of what Keegan Murray brought to the Sacramento Kings. You have to watch what he does. You have to watch that he defends multiple positions. You have to watch that he's doing what he did, playing almost 30 minutes a night on the 3rd seed in the Western Conference, where Paolo Banchero is putting up 20, an inefficient 20 and 8, but he's doing it on a bad team. And so there's no real like substance to what he's doing as of right now. And I'm not calling out Paolo Banchero. It's a situation he's in. But if you're not looking at situations, if you're not studying the why of the player, you're just looking at the box score. You're just looking at the highlight package, which is Keegan shooting a 3, which isn't sexy. It isn't imaginative. It's him launching a 3, which you can see a million other players do on any given night in the NBA. You're missing the whole entire story. And that's what I think a lot of these guys are doing. They're just flat out missing it. And then they get to a big game where they are covering. They're like, oh, he's just got such a calm demeanor. It's like a calm demeanor, or he lacks all personality, or he is so guarded that he won't talk to anyone. Like, these are things like, that's not who it's not some calm personality. Like, there's all kinds of things going on in that kid's head. You can see it. He just isn't moving his face and showing it. So like, I think there's so much that's missed by so many people that just aren't doing the work, that aren't watching the game the same way.
And that's what it comes down to, I think, is it comes down to the amount of work, because this is where, Chris Mannix remarked, Kamara used the line, he said the quiet part out loud. This is where people kind of like tell on themselves, because the Lakers had the Lakers beat the Denver Nuggets, they would have done it through defense. And we said this after game 1. Game 1, it was like 130 something to 126. And we said the next day, that's probably not happening again. That's not the way either of those two teams play. And you didn't see anything like that the rest of the series. The Lakers were extremely competitive in all 4 games. And part of the reason they were able to be in all of those 4 games was because of what they could do defensively. They were going to win that series by scoring 108 points and shutting probably Jamal Murray down, because it wasn't going to be Nikola Jokic. And you tell me what's exciting about that. Outside the fact it's the Lakers and LeBron James. You want to talk excitement? You get excitement if it's the Golden State Warriors because the Golden State Warriors are winning. They probably scored 120 points per game. You can get excitement with the Sacramento Kings because if they won their series, if they advanced in the playoffs, if they were headed to the NBA Finals, it's because James Ham would come in here. Will Z would have put a graphic up that said the Sacramento Kings are averaging 121 points so far in the playoffs. That's exciting. But you're in love with the jersey. You're in love with LeBron James. It's not the play. It's not the style of game. It's who's playing that game. And the difference is that's Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. They were playing virtually the same style. Jamal Murray hit more shots. Nikola Jokic hit some crazy backbreakers to destroy the Lakers. And that was the difference. It wasn't a style that was different, which is one of the many reasons why Mannix's remarks were so dumb.
Yeah, and I'll put it like we've talked about this a couple of times, the perspective of watching the flashy versus the just stable, like the Malik Monk putting up 15 points or 13 points in a game, and you remember every single one of them.
Every one of them.
And then Trey Lyles has 16 and you don't remember.
Can't remember any of them.
It's the way that we've been spoon-fed this, that we're supposed to look for the highlight. We're always supposed to look for the
Or
highlight.
you gravitate towards it. Like I gravitate towards Malik because of the emotion.
Oh, yeah.
Trey,
yeah.
I think Trey could hit 23s in a game and him and Keegan would have, they might accidentally smile. Malik hit 4. Everyone in the building's going to know.
Yeah.
Home or away, everyone's going to know. It's just a different, I think it creates a different emotional investment because look at all of the pictures I take. I'm putting up Malik's 3. I love that dude.
Yep.
Not going to make a sheepish grin like Keegan Murray because I love the 200 plus threes that he hit. Like I don't, you know what I mean?
More
like,
threes.
Yeah.
It's Keegan Murray.
Keegan.
It's also Kevin
Huerter.
Like they hit more threes. And you can even look at like a lot of the advanced statistics. Like, statistically speaking, these other players, they can be much better. And so I don't know. It's again, I think we've been conditioned to watch for the flashy, to watch for the highlight reel. And if the highlight reel isn't there, then what are we watching?
I just don't think the Lakers are a highlight reel, though. That's where the whole thing misses.
But they were at one point. We're watching the residuals of years and years of highlight reels of LeBron James. We're watching people hold on to the past.
It's like Mannix didn't see what Jokic did. And I'm just talking about in the series. I'm not even talking about in the season. I mean, most of the plays I remember, the plays I remember most were from Jokic and Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
LeBron's fumbled dunk sticks out too, but I remember AD's stat line from game 1. I can't say I can remember, AD did this, but I remember a really impressive stat line.
Yeah.
It's just, to me, at this point, what Mannix gave was an excuse. And I think a lot of what these guys do is they try to protect their original opinion. Like if they thought, and I don't know what Mannix thought, but if they thought the Lakers were going to the finals or the Warriors were going to the finals or the Suns were going to the finals, they're trying to protect that opinion by saying, well, the Nuggets, blah, blah, blah. They're boring. They're not exciting. No one wants to watch that. No, you were focused on your Phoenix Suns or you were focused on your Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
So you weren't paying attention to Denver. And it goes back to, we see it in the NFL with, Mac Jones and Trey Lance. There were reporters a year later still trying to tell you that Kyle Shanahan wanted to select Mac Jones with the San Francisco 49ers pick. Just to protect the fact that they all look like jackasses, saying Mac Jones is going I don't remember even what
3.
number it was. 3. Mac Jones is going number 3. He's going number 3.
It's I wasn't wrong. I was mistaken.
Something changed.
Yeah,
something changed.
At the last second.
Something changed because I was right. I reported it. I was right. We all reported it. Something changed. I don't know what changed. Nikola Jokic came along and took over the league. Something changed. I wasn't ready for it. That's what's happening to Chris Mannix and some of these other guys right now. I mentioned talking about some of the younger teams in the NBA. I definitely want to do that. I think there's some really, really intriguing ones, including in the Western Conference. And do the Las Vegas Raiders have a week 1 quarterback problem?
Oh, no.
I read that like Mike Greenberg, and I kind of hate myself for it. I'm kind of angry I did that. My sincerest apologies to everybody listening. We'll come back. It's D-Lo and KC with James Ham sitting in here for Kenny Caraway on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I need to stand up.
Boy.
I'm going to run to that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of they're trying to defend their opinion after they've been proven.
Yeah, it's so silly, man. Shoot, just come out. Fuck, I got it wrong.
Got it wrong.
Got it wrong.
Now, on occasion, things do change.
Well, there's that.
But most of the time, that's not the case.
I.e. Dame
And I
Lillard.
can explain that one.
Yeah, okay. I.e. Thomas Robinson and Dame Lillard.
It's all right to be wrong, man. Sometimes you tweet some like #1 defense my ass, and you're just wrong.
Sometimes you're just wrong. Oh, man. Greeny does talk really fast. Good morning.
I feel like Greeny's really buying into that like hot take stuff now. Like, he's
he
full-fledged
really
now.
is, man. It's sad. Like it feels like it's a directive. And I mean, I don't know. Any update on? No, not yet, man. I'm trying. I'm still. We're doing something, but it hasn't been locked in. That's a big month for Sky River. I know they want to do something. We just gotta work out the particulars. Even though we're off the next couple of days, I'm going to be working really hard at putting that event together because I have so many ideas. But the plan is count on it happening, and I believe count on it happening. I think it's August 12th. Yeah, 12th. 49ers at Raiders that day. But yeah, count on it.
ESPN's almost unwatchable at this point, huh?
It is unwatchable. I don't unless the only show I DVR is SVP because I like hearing what he has to say. But I can't watch.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm live games in SVP. I guess the Los Angeles Sports Center at midnight's pretty good.
Who does that show?
I think it's Dan.
Oh, it's still Stan Verrett. Okay. I always tell when a juice is just slightly too old, and that one slightly too old.
How many of those juices do you drink a day?
Just one.
It doesn't have it like super low in calories.
Yeah, it is.
But how is it on sugar?
So I get the one. This has 9 grams. This has cucumber, celery, spinach, lemon, ginger, and cayenne pepper.
Oh, that sounds good.
I get they have other ones that have like apple. I get the ones without the apple because I don't want that added sugar in it.
Okay.
I don't drink these for taste. I drink them because I believe they're very, very healthy. What the hell is that? Rich Eisen. Yeah, Rich Eisen's really good. Lazy. Rich Eisen's really good. I enjoy him. Haven't watched him in a while, but look at Slusser's last tweet from Manfred and A's. Oh, jeez.
I'm a big fan of Susan Slusser. Jesus.
Oh, I don't have, this is from Rod Manfred. I don't have a crystal ball as to where anything's going, but there's not a definitive deal in Las Vegas, and we'll have to see how that plays out. Gosh, you are a useless human being, bro.
He said,
I'm sorry, that's not true. You're a useless commissioner, though.
Manfred says a relocation vote on the A's could happen as soon as next month. Yeah, they don't care.
Bunch of slime balls, man.
Seriously. I put your employee of the month, McDowell's picture on my Instagram story, and I'm very proud of it. I also put it on D'Lo and Casey's Instagram page. And I'm just very proud of that. I'm very proud of you for winning employee of the month, but I'm very proud of Dr. David for putting this photo together.
That was one of Dr. David's best photoshops right there.
This is fine. This is fine work. Oh, I love Dr. David, man. When you think of garbage, think of Jesse. When you think of garbage, you think of Akeem. God, I love that movie.
I'll still take Beverly Hills Cop 1 over it, though.
I like Beverly Hills Cop, too. I think Beverly Hills Cop is terrific. 916-909-1320. Mentioned the Raiders may not have a starting quarterback for week 1, or at least it might not be who we thought it would be. Apparently, Jimmy Garoppolo had foot surgery in March. And to make it even more fun, there is no clear timetable. Now, I gave you the greeny tease on the way to the commercial break, but indications are he's going to be ready for week 1. But again, he's obviously not a part of OTAs right now. Training camp still a decent ways away, but there's no definitive timetable on when Jimmy Garoppolo will return. So go Raiders. Go Jimmy G, because this is the thing with Jimmy, right? Like you've always got to deal with something when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's par for the course. Like, what are you doing? You replaced a franchise quarterback with a guy who was sort of a franchise quarterback who could never stay healthy. And so he was never a franchise quarterback with the previous team. Like, again, Garoppolo has his pluses. But at the same time, you have to, if I'm Devontae Adams, like, I'm demanding a trade now. Just get me out of here now. I don't want to be here for any of this. This is a mess. Go get whatever you can picks wise for me now. Just move me, get me out of here, because that's tough. That's why they've been building up the backup quarterback the whole time. Like the young guy, is it the draft pick guy? They've been building up somebody like nonstop, and you're wondering the whole time, like, why are they building up this other guy when
shouldn't you be talking about Jimmy Garoppolo instead?
Yeah, and of course, no, we're not, because the dude's in a boot somewhere. Like, I don't know.
Sorry, Jesse.
Brian Hoyer is their backup option as well, right?
Oh, that's right. Brian Hoyer is their backup.
You never go full Patriots.
Oh, man. Unless, of course, you're Josh McDaniels in Las Vegas, and then that's exactly what you do. From The Athletic, McDaniels declined to discuss specifics. Team and league sources said Garoppolo had surgery in March after signing with the Raiders. His recovery timeline from that procedure is unknown, although McDaniels acknowledged he, quote, could be out until at least training camp. Man.
How do we not know his timeline?
Was it? So that leads me to believe, because surgeries, particularly in sports,
we pretty much know.
They're everyday things.
This snuck up on them too, didn't it? This is what caused them to delay the press conference one day.
Oh, is that right?
I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
I remember
found
the press conference being delayed. I remember that.
Yeah, I think I read that they found something with his physical. His foot wasn't fully healed yet, so he had to go and get the surgery.
So yeah, right. So I said he had signed right after he had surgery right after the signing. They were aware of it. They knew that there was an issue.
Probably should have pulled a Giant,
but
right there. Probably just said nope.
probably shouldn't have been having the conversations anyways, but that's fine.
Nope.
It just seems like when you have a surgery, when you make like if you're rehabbing something, sometimes you don't know, like you don't know how the body's going to respond. So such and such has, a non-surgical injury. They're going to rehab for the next 6 weeks. They'll be evaluated at that point. Okay. Normally when you have surgery, there's a definitive timeline to follow. So that leads me to believe either this was a complicated surgery
or a clear amputation.
His foot's gone.
They're trying to fit him for a prosthetic foot.
And hopefully his foot will be ready, whether real or prosthetic, by training camp. This is such a freaking Raiders story, dude. I'm so sorry to Raiders fans that you guys have to deal with this. This is because you probably weren't over the moon happy about signing Jimmy Garoppolo. And now, like, this was part of the reason why you're probably not. And you've got to deal with this before train. We're in OTAs. We've got a Jimmy Garoppolo surgery in OTAs. That's where we are. I'm sorry, Raider fans.
You know what, though?
Sorry.
Raider, it's on you, Raider fans. Like, you're the ones who stayed loyal to this group when they've always proven to not be loyal to you. So good luck with that.
Well, they're loyal to the Raiders. They're not loyal
Raider
to the
fans.
Oakland Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders. They're just loyal to the Raiders, which I admit
is weird.
That is bizarre, but
that's a little strange.
Oakland and the crazy, like Oakland and San Francisco, like they're not, or Oakland and Los Angeles, they're not close. I mean, I guess my favorite. I guess they're all the same distance drive apart.
It's his non-throwing foot.
Thank you. Oh man.
Is it his throwing foot? No, it's the non-throwing.
I guess everything's fine.
I have no idea.
I believe it's his left foot. I'll confirm. It's taking me longer to confirm than I expected. There it is, left foot injury. Jesus, it's right there in the first sentence.
So that is his front foot.
Would that constitute his throwing foot?
No, I think
it's the back.
I think your back foot is your drive foot. Yeah.
So non-throwing foot. So there you go. There you go. You should be ready to go.
That was just floating out there anyway.
It's not doing anything.
We all know he doesn't plant that front foot. That's why he throws a high ball.
Well,
so
that's why he doesn't throw it very far either. So maybe he doesn't plant his back foot either. Speaking of quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes said he's worried about legacy and rings rather than money when he was asked about some of the recent quarterback deals. If I was Patrick Mahomes and I was clearly the best quarterback in the National Football League, I would say a stupid line like that too. Because by the time Justin Herbert signs his contract, and I don't think Joe Burrow has signed his extension yet, when those two do, Patrick Mahomes will be the 10th highest paid quarterback in the National Football League. Which brings me back to the day that he signed that ridiculous 10-year, quote, $500 million contract when you didn't have to read very far to see he signed arguably the stupidest deal in the history of professional football. He's the one player at the one position that could pretty much command anything he wants to. That one position doesn't skyrocket. That's not true. That salary goes up every single year. And it goes up by increments of like 4 to 5 million every single year. Whoever's next, it's going to be Justin Herbert and it's going to be Joe Burrow. They're going to sign for a little bit more than Lamar Jackson. That's what happens. You've got guys making 30 plus, 40 plus $1 million per year. And I think the first real, obviously Kansas City can restructure. They could tear the whole thing up and restructure anytime they want to. The only real leverage I think Patrick Mahomes has to get a restructure comes in like, we're in 2023, 2024. I think it's 2026, but it might be 2025, where there's like a an influx of yearly salary that completely changes, and I think it skyrockets something like 40 or 50 million per year, and that's where he probably has the best leverage to initiate a restructure himself. But I commend his thoughts about legacy and rings. But man, he signed a sucker deal.
So
That's going to make him a lot of money.
I missed the quote. So why don't you give me, what is his quote?
So Patrick Mahomes was asked about Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson. He was asked about some of the recent quarterback contracts and essentially if he would do something different with the contract that he signed. I think it was in like 2020.
Yep.
And he said, no, I'm worried. I'm concerned about legacy. I'm concerned about winning rings. I'm concerned about winning Super Bowls. I'm not concerned about money.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Again, it's a fine thing to say when you're stuck in a deal right now.
Yeah, but
Patrick Mahomes shouldn't have signed that deal.
No, he shouldn't have signed that deal, but he also should have had the Jerry Rice clause that said he will always be in the top 3 paid and his position. And that if someone else gets more money, then they restructure his deal and he gets the more money. That's what Patrick Mahomes should have done.
100%.
Now, I appreciate the fact that he's not worried about he's not attaching financial gain to his legacy, because his legacy is going to be as one of the best, if not the best quarterback of all time when it's all said and done.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he plays another 15 years or another 10 years, whatever, 12 probably.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, like I would hope that he's smart enough not to attach what is legacy to how much money he makes.
Well, no, I don't.
One outside of like him and his accountant and his wife should care about how much he makes.
No, like his legacy is attached to what he does on the field. Like, I mean, Tom Brady's contracts are never brought up. Like, Tom Brady signed a lot. I mean, he signed some healthy contracts for sure, but he signed a lot of very Patriot-friendly deals.
Yeah, slightly undervalued contracts.
And Lamar, I think, gosh, I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm sorry. Why Patrick Mahomes signed that 10-year deal? Because that's the only thing to this is you were the sure thing. Like, you could balloon your salary repeatedly and chose not to. I mean, he's not, again, my man's not starving.
No,
but
not at all.
It just seems like if there was one player in control of a market, it was Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, always. I mean, he's going to be like, he'll make his money. No one needs to worry about it. Like, he'll make his money 10 times over. And like,
again, I'm not worried about it. He's not poor.
Mm-mm.
I just think the narrative around that contract, because it was Patrick Mahomes, because it was 10 years, and because Schefter and a lot of those guys are stooges, they were framing it as something it wasn't. It's a $500 million contract, one of the richest contract we've ever seen in professional sports. Like, yeah.
Until tomorrow.
Sure. Well, no, he's right. Over 10 years, it absolutely is. Over any increment of 3 or 4 years, it's not.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, the whole NFL contract announcements gets manipulated. It's what you were talking about with Rashawn Holmes' contract when they announced the total and threw in the 15% trade kickers. Like, okay, you're fudging the numbers to make it look good for Rashawn because his agent was leaking that they wanted something closer to 80 and they didn't even top 50. But if you throw in these extra numbers, it'll look better. He just signed a very friendly 10-year, team-friendly 10-year deal. How can we make it look as good as possible? Well, let's say it's a $500 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's interesting. I remember when I was young, Jose, I believe it was either Ricky Henderson or Jose Canseco got the first $2 million contract. I think it was Ricky got the first $2 million. And the same offseason, Kirby Puckett came back and got $2.5 million. And then whichever it was, whether it was Ricky or it was Jose, I think Jose Canseco came back and got the first $3 million contract, all in the same offseason in baseball. You watched salaries like go from low to those were the first big money contracts. And that's kind of what we're dealing with here. Like his contract is like that first $2 million contract, and now everyone else makes a lot more. So again, he should have had a rider put into his contract that said that he has to remain within the top three quarterback, the top three at his position, for the remainder, and the deal will be renegotiated at whatever time. But he didn't do that, and so
There's probably two, at least right now, two guys in the NFL who can negotiate I've got to be top 3 paid at my position or top 5 paid at my position at all times. And it's Patrick Mahomes.
Mhm.
And as much as it turns my stomach, it's probably Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. Like,
not anymore. Well, I don't believe he
know.
is anymore. Like
Well.
people can keep giving him money. That's whatever. I mean, he's still a quality quarterback, but he's not who he was.
He's
Like
still a pretty good
I think
quarterback.
his like assessment that he thinks that he could go lead a team to 12 wins and first 2 rounds of the playoffs. I think that was accurate. I don't think in the right situation, like, again, he made it very clear he wouldn't go to the San Francisco 49ers. If he was a 49ers quarterback, he'd win the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
Like, without any question.
Mhm.
At least that's what I think. I mean, maybe I'm crazy there. I mean, if
I don't think you're crazy at all.
it's about the defense, it's about, the skill sets around him.
This team is loaded.
Yeah.
49ers are loaded. We talked about this yesterday. That
Yeah,
team's loaded.
yeah. I mean, Matthew Stafford went from the Lions to the Rams and won a Super Bowl
Mhm.
with a great defense, and Aaron
Stafford's a
Donald.
good quarterback.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. Like, he's a guy who's put up numbers throughout his career, but he's also on a team that could never get over the hump.
He had Calvin Johnson, who I don't think missed a pass in 8 years or 9 years of playing football, however long he played.
Yeah.
Oh, you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Kenny Caraway will be back with us on Tuesday. As a reminder, the show's going to be off for the next couple of days. We'll be off Friday, obviously, through the weekend. We'll be out on Memorial Day as well, but we'll be back here Tuesday. We expect Chris Haynes to be with us. We're going to work on getting Coach David Patrick to join us as well, as he's got a big basketball camp going on next week. So, and of course, regardless of what happens tonight or over the course of the next few days, the NBA Finals will get started next week. As of today, we are 4 weeks away, 4 weeks from tonight, from the NBA draft. Big thanks to James Ham, who's hung out with me all week with some kind of unscheduled time off for Kenny, as a couple of things came up, man, and he had to go take care of some business. So I appreciate James hanging out with us, and I'm excited about getting closer and closer to the draft, because that brings us to another question. James, we were talking about teams, particularly in the Western Conference, that were getting old. Well, there are some young teams.
You're getting old.
Well, they are. What are we talking about? The Lakers.
He's so old.
Well, they are. I mean, you gotta sugarcoat it. Like, we know what time it is. Like, they're old.
Big Daddy with Adam Sandler, but he's so old.
Well, there are some other funny lines too.
Christy Swanson. Yeah,
it was very good stuff.
Yeah.
I actually like that Adam Sandler movie. I don't like all the Adam Sandler's movies. I thought that one was funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
I thought that was a good one.
Happy Gilmore is funny.
Happy Gilmore's great.
Yeah,
I do enjoy Happy Gilmore. That, like, if that's on and I'm just laying around, like, that'll get some screen time. But the young teams, particularly in the Western Conference, obviously none stand out more, or I don't want to say obviously, to me, none stand out more than the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
The Thunder, who fought their way up into a play-in spot, who finished just below 500 this year, who are getting Chet Holmgren, who have a lot of very, very capable talent. And of course, you've got an all-NBA player on your roster as well. That's a team who next year you've got to think is going to make a jump. The question would be, how big? I'd pump the brakes a little bit on it, because we're looking at it like, oh, you've got this group and you've got Chet Holmgren joining this group, man. This Oklahoma City team could be really good. There's no doubt about that. It very much could. But with a player like Chet Holmgren, who I imagine who's going to slide right in there into that starting five, this is his rookie year. he's got some things to figure out as it
Mhm.
pertains to the NBA. So they're going to be young. They're going to be adding multiple young pieces. And even though Chet was around them all of last year, like this is going to be his first opportunity to be out there on the court with them in an actual NBA games. And I wonder, does that slow them down any? Does it stall them? Or does it completely catapult them?
I think that the way they played out this season, which I did not think that they would do. I didn't think that they would. Well, I think a couple of teams fell apart and allowed them to be a play-in team. Like, I don't think their intention was to be a play-in team. So they finished 40 and 42.
Mhm.
But they finish ahead of the Dallas Mavericks. They finish ahead of the Portland Trailblazers.
Yep.
Those teams intended to be better. And I think that, again, that Oklahoma is a place where they were hoping to be better than where they finished. Where they have the 12th pick in the draft, from what I can see as of right now. They're the dangerous team if you're the Kings. So, like, I look at most of these situations with the lens of what does it mean for the Kings?
Mhm.
Because that's what my job is, to cover the Kings and to like look at most things in that view of like, how does this matter for the Kings? I think that they're a team that is talent wise a slight step below the Kings, but not a huge step. Experience wise, they're a pretty substantial step below the Kings, because while I love like Giddey and Dort and Shea, like I really, and even like the Jalen Williams is both of them, like I enjoy, like even Kendrick, like they have some players that I like, right? They still are young and they're trying to put it together, and so their veteran is like a guy like Dort or Shea. They don't really have other veterans besides that. So that makes it really tough. But the reason why if I'm looking at them through the lens of the Kings, I fear them, is because they have a ton of talent that's grooming together. They're coming up together. They have their defensive mindset. They have some offensive struggles. They need more offensive firepower. They're getting a top 3 pick in Chet, with Chet. I mean, come on, same
Close
thing.
enough. Yeah.
Close
It's
enough.
been a long week. It's all right. It's all right. It happens.
But you're looking at Chet, and I think Chet fits right in with what they're doing. Whether he gets pushed around, we'll have to see. But like I really, really like Chet Holmgren as a prospect. But the thing that scares me if I'm like the Kings is you think that that's a team that's behind you, and they're about to go and walk into an offseason, a couple of off seasons with so many first round picks that they can really make a package for somebody else to go get a very good player to put with this group. So you already know what they have. You have a really good idea of the identity of the players. They clearly need more 3-point shooting. They need more high level scorers. So like, how do they go out and do something like what Cleveland did and go find the Donovan Mitchell deal? Like, because that is where I think that they have all of the assets to go do something crazy. And maybe they don't need to, because maybe again, Jalen Williams steps up and becomes like even better. And maybe Chet comes in, he's like seamlessly fits in and is spectacular. But like, that is a team that I think is dangerous, and it's dangerous for teams like a Phoenix, like
Like top 6 dangerous.
Yeah, like they're a team that's on the rise. They're a team that they've done it really the right way. They've built the right way, and they've built through the draft, but they took it slow. They made sure they weren't pushing too far up in the standings to really like hurt themselves from building more and more. And now I think they're at a point where they might be 1 or 2 players away from being like, oh, that's a really, really good team. And they have the assets to go and get that really over the top player.
And they have an aggressive general manager. A general manager who doesn't, often sit on his hands. Like he works, he tries to find ways to improve this team. And he feels, one unique thing about him, I think that's a lot different. Like Daryl Morey didn't know when to pull the plug on Houston, so he just quit. Sam Presti knew when to pull the plug. He had an opportunity. It's not like I'm sure he didn't have this great epiphany, but he recognized he had an opportunity to pull the plug on this whole thing when Kawhi Leonard wanted Paul George in Los Angeles. He being Sam Presti, realized the control that he had over the situation, because Doc Rivers will tell you, and I think a lot with the Los Angeles Clippers, a lot of people with the Los Angeles Clippers will tell you that when you weren't just trading for Paul George, you were trading for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, because you weren't going to get, they'll have you believe they weren't going to get Kawhi Leonard if they didn't get Paul George. So Sam Presti knew he had all of the control, and then recognized this thing is done. I can trade Russell Westbrook now. And that brought in Chris Paul, which sparked a weird year for Oklahoma City, where people were ready for them to tank and be bad. And all of the rumors about, will Chris Paul even show up? Are they going to buy him out? What's going to happen there? And he plays the season and the Thunder go to the playoffs. And then it's like, okay, what do you want to do, Chris? And you go from there. And again, an aggressive general manager who has put this team in a really good position to succeed. You've got another aggressive general manager in Danny Ainge in the Utah Jazz. We saw to a certain degree the Utah Jazz overachieve. Ultimately, they didn't make the play-in, but they spent part of the year like in the top 4. They spent part of the year in the top 6. They spent a great deal of the year in the top 10. They've got a bona fide stud on their team in Lauri Markkanen. And so now are we entering year 2 of a teardown for Utah, or are they a legitimate young team that could make their way up into the top 10, 8, 6?
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are for me, they're so different. Like, we're still seeing the teardown in Utah and the build back up. We're kind of seeing, and what they have is a player like Lauri Markkanen, who's proven to be like a placeholder until they get good again. And I don't know. You
can't build around him?
I mean, you can, but we're talking about 25, 26, and look at how many draft picks that they have in the next like 5 years. So really, they're where OKC was like 3 years ago. And you could say the same thing about Shea. Like, is Shea going to be young enough when they get good? And sure enough, it looks like, yes, he's still young enough when they get good, right?
Yeah.
So, but there was some concern that he's going to be like 3 or 4 years older than your core. And you don't really want that. So I think that we're seeing the beginning. And it's why I've always said, like, why wouldn't they trade Lauri Markkanen if you're Utah? You're still in a teardown phase. Like, and that's why I thought he would possibly be available. And I really like him as a prospect and as the player he's become, right? But I think OKC they're probably 3 years ahead of where Utah is. And that's a problem, because 3 years ahead, that means Lauri Markkanen isn't like 24 going on 25. Lauri Markkanen's like more like 28 going on 29. And so his career arc is heading towards, really the prime, and like towards more of the last few years of your prime. So I don't know, like, OKC is always going to be the team that I look at, just because Sam Presti's done it before. He's built it. Yeah. He's torn it down. He's built it. And so has Danny Ainge. Like, Danny Ainge has done a great job in the past of strip mining a team down to nothing and then rebuilding it really quickly.
Yeah, Celtics rebuild was like a year.
Yeah, but there's no promises that will ever happen again.
Sure.
Like, so for him to do that, it's one thing. Again, we can look at what Presti's done. He's there to draft Durant and Russell Westbrook and Harden. Like, he builds it that way. But do we think at this point that he's done that again? I think he's built a team, but he has not built a team with 3 young superstars. He's got one superstar, but like Giddey's I really like Giddey, but Giddey's a nice young player. He's not Russell. He's not.
Well, outside of Bob Myers, how many GMs have done that? I guess Danny did. I guess Danny Ainge did. Because I'm trying to think. The Westbrook Durant Harden thing is not normal.
No.
But you can Danny Ainge got Brown and Tatum.
Well, yeah, but aren't those like number
Bob
2,
Myers got
number 3, and number 5, like picks in the draft? That's what
Well,
Durant, Westbrook, and
yeah.
Harden are.
Yeah, I mean, Brown and Tatum are pretty high picks too. What was Bob Myers, Steph, Draymond, Clay, like those are
Yeah, but
bona fide stars.
they are. But again, I would say like Steph was what, the 7th or the 8th pick, Clay was the 11th pick, and Draymond was the 2nd round pick.
So that's arguably the most impressive of the three.
Yeah,
Even
to go out
though
and find
Sam
them.
Presti, those three guys won MVPs. KD won it with Oklahoma City. Russell Westbrook won it with Oklahoma City. James Harden was the only one who won it elsewhere. So he drafted, 3 MVPs there. But Bob's resulted in 4 titles.
I'm pretty sure Bob was hired in 2012, so he didn't draft Steph. He didn't draft Clay. He didn't draft Draymond. He's there when they become that team. He drafted his first pick, from what I can tell, is Harrison Barnes.
Oops. Well, they won't like that.
Yeah. So
Warriors fans will not like that.
yeah, I mean, he made moves. I mean,
Who was it? Donnie Nelson, or not Donnie Nelson? Was it Don Nelson? Who was the general manager before Bob Myers?
That's a good man. Normally my brain can.
Someone's
function.
asking, do general managers have primes? They've. Oh, that's a great question. This is the prime of a general manager here. I don't know how do you even measure that? Like, what's if they say a prime for an NBA player is like 26 to 29, 26 to 30.
It's Larry Riley. That's who drafted Steph and Clay,
and that's the Jerry West era of the Golden State Warriors, where he was the quote consultant.
No, he was early on with he was a consultant with Bob early on.
Man,
that's a good.
What the hell are they fighting to keep Bob Myers for then?
Well, he's there for the
managing egos. That's what agents do. That's what great agents do, is they manage egos. And Bob Myers was an agent, and you manage egos in that sense. And he had to manage all of them.
I think he drafted. I think he went out and signed Iguodala.
Oh no, I was kidding. He did a great job.
Yeah. I mean, he makes the David West trade.
There's a lot there that he did. He got Kevin Durant there.
Oh, of course.
Well, the Hamptons 5 got Kevin Durant there.
Yeah, I don't think like GMs, like you can, like if we look at the course of like Jeff Petrie's career, he built a championship team although he will tell you that a lot of the championship team was already built in Portland when he got there, championship level team. And then he did it again in Sacramento. But, and even in Sacramento, people forget he started in like 93 in Sacramento. So he helped build the 95-96 playoff team and then tore it down once Brian Grant left, and then was able to that 1998 offseason during the lockout or leading up to it, where he finally got Peja to come over. And one offseason, he drafted Jason Williams, got Peja to come over from overseas. He signed Vlade to a free agent deal, and he traded for Chris Webber all in one offseason and put that team together, and then did like a really nice job of maintaining it. But even his final couple of years were not good. I mean, he's the guy who the Spencer Hawes, Jason Thompson, you can't really blame him for that. Even the Tyreek Evans draft in 2009 is, that's still a strong draft, even though you missed on Steph a couple of picks later. It's still, like, I think for where the franchise was, it was the right player for the right time. The DeMarcus Cousins pick is great, but then comes the death spiral, the Jimmer Fredette, Thomas Robinson, like one questionable pick after another.
You don't hear a lot about the draft. Isn't a big thing. I mean, if the 7 is better than the 4, but the 7 is Steph, and it's a Hall of Famer who didn't become the Steph Curry we know till like year 5, year 4, year 5. But your pick at 4 is good. Like, you don't hear those conversations. It's when your pick is out of the league or your pick is traded that you start looking at that stuff. Like the Thomas Robinson, Dame Lillard thing. That's tough because Thomas, like, he was gone from the team in like a week.
He didn't make it to the trade deadline.
Like he was
gone by the trade
gone.
deadline. Yeah. And in all honesty, like the night before, I was very specifically told the Kings were drafting Damian Lillard the night before. But the year before that, they had drafted Jimmer and then Isaiah with the final pick in the draft. They knew they had the point guard position locked up, but they were concerned about retaining Jason Thompson. They did not have a power forward on the roster at all, and they were worried that they wouldn't have enough money. So the one thing I will say about the final years of Jeff Petrie is he was dealing with the broke-ass Maloofs.
Right.
Like he literally was like clipping coupons trying to, trade for what was it? Troy Daniels, not Troy Daniels. He traded 1 year for Sam Cassell to get to the floor. And Daniels
to get to the cap floor.
Yeah, to get to
salary
the cap floor. Yeah, and like without getting penalized, you had to be within a specific dollar amount. I mean, the first 2 years I covered the Kings was the lowest payroll in the NBA, and it wasn't even close. Not only did they had to trade for players to get to the floor, but when they made those trades, the league rules were then that you could actually take money back and have those contracts paid for. So not only did they get a player, but someone already paid their salary. And then on top of that, they were getting cash in the deal to help save other teams like money on the like luxury tax money. So, yeah, I mean, there was some dark times. I mean, they got Larry Hughes in a trade who never played for the team. Like it was a lot of making trades for players that would never play for the team or that were already injured and weren't going to come back. Larry Hughes had a wrist injury and never even showed up in Sacramento.
I've always angered many fans with this, but I agree with Michael here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. I think the Tyreek pick for the Kings was a bust.
Was he a bust though?
Was his career a bust? No. Was he a bust for the Sacramento Kings? Yes, absolutely. He was, what number was he? 3, 4?
4.
And he never saw a second contract.
Well, but he didn't see his second contract because you sold the team and you had a new general manager who decided to trade him for Gravis Vasquez. He got nothing in return.
Yeah, weren't there concerns about like injuries and...
No, there were concerns that it's basically the same as a Bogdan Bogdanovic thing. You had a new GM come in and had to decide whether or not to match on a restricted free agent. And before the contract was signed, they were able to work out a trade for Gravis and like some low level pick stuff. It wasn't anything of substance.
But to me, if you don't sign your top 4 pick to a second contract, it's a bust, regardless of the reason. Because if it was undeniable, you sign the deal, no matter how new you could change general managers 3 times. Zion Williamson was going to get a second contract. No, that's my point. And some people get caught up in the 25-5-5 or the rookie of the year and all that stuff. He's a top 4 pick and didn't see the second contract. His career, far from a bust, but the Sacramento Kings portion was a bust. It didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a sizable second contract in the league. He just didn't get it with you. And I mean, to your point, the first thing that Monty McNair did do in Sacramento, it's not that he passed on Bogdan Bogdanovic. It's that the first thing he did was sign De'Aaron Fox to an extension. Mm-hmm. So I get what you're saying there. But at the same time, I think that there was like an ideological shift of what type of player they wanted in Sacramento. I mean, again, like Pete D'Alessandro couldn't get over like praising Ty Lawson, thinking that Ty Lawson was one of the best point guards in the NBA and thinking that Isaiah Thomas was absolute trash, which was just like, I mean, he got on a bus with fans on going down to a game at Golden State and talked trash about his own point guard on the bus ride with fans, and then wouldn't match a 3-year, $21 million deal for Isaiah Thomas when he averaged 20 and 7 assists his final year in Sacramento. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that Isaiah Thomas was a bust because he couldn't get another contract. You had a general manager who grossly underestimate.
Well,
the
I
value
also
of a
don't
player.
think you can be a bust at 60.
No, it's
Like
true.
those are different things, and that's just pure.
Where Jimmer is a bust. I mean, Jimmer like is a bust that you
It's fine.
at number 10.
How is Pete still in this league? It's
What is he though? I'm not.
Isn't he with Denver? Isn't he with?
No,
Mike?
he's not with Denver.
Oh, he's not. Wasn't he?
No. He was initially, but no. And then they, he was there when Mike. joined
Michael
them.
got there and was like,
Michael always said that he was fine, that they had mended fences and they were fine. I will just tell you that the last 6 weeks, Michael was with the Kings. Him and Pete D'Alessandro didn't talk once. Like they didn't talk at all. Like I went to summer league that summer, and we ran into Michael and hey, how's it going? Blah blah blah. And then we ran into Pete the same day, and like, hey, we saw Michael, and he goes, oh, he's here. They didn't know they were both there. Yeah.
And Pete's the assistant GM for the Magic.
Really?
Yeah, Pete D'Alessandro.
He was an assistant GM, but I think he moved to the business side. I don't think he's I don't think he's a GM.
I like Orlando too. I like that Magic roster. We didn't really get out of the Western Conference when talking about young teams, but I do like the Orlando Magic. We'll come back. We'll wrap up this conversation. We'll wrap up this week when Dealing with KC with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway returns here. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. Back with more here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, they say he's an associate general manager. Again, I've never heard that term ever.
Guess who committed to the Las Vegas Raiders? Devontae Adams.
Oh no,
Devontae. Sorry.
What?
Yeah, it says he went from assistant to associate.
That's weird.
I want to say he shifted to the business side. Yeah. You know, like Chris Mullin gets away with what they had, gets away with what happened there too. Like he kind of skirted out the side door and like didn't take any of the heat. The problem was that Pete was put out in front of us and wasn't honest. And it's a tough thing when someone is not being honest with you, and when they're telling you something that you know isn't true, and then they know that you know isn't true, but they keep telling it to you even though they understand like sort of the dynamic. So, I mean, even the Sharif Abdul Rahim thing, that was a big thing where, oh, we love Sharif. We just think the world of him. He's decided to take a little bit of time here and decide what he's doing moving forward. And it's like, yeah, but what about the $1 million lawsuit he has against you because you wrongfully terminated him? Like, what are you talking about? And we know at the same time, like he's pitching some story that's not true. So years ago, I did a podcast with Aaron Brewski where we broke down some of this stuff that just got totally wild. Like all of it was wild. For working word out of those workouts, how much better Tyreek was. Yeah, Michael, you bring up the workouts. Tyreek Evans was the best at. They had all of the top tier point guards play against each other. I think Brandon Jennings was there. I think Johnny Flynn was there, and Steph. There's like 4 point guards together, and Tyreek was just a man amongst boys. And you have to remember that Steph was like a 4-year player at Davidson, right? So Steph wasn't young, and we're talking about a 19-year-old point guard, like 6'6", 225-pound Tyreek Evans. Like he was a grown man at 19. So, and that's where, like, when we talk about the Murray twins, you know, with Keegan and Chris, where I talk about them having a young body. Tyreek is the opposite. Like Tyreek came into the league as completely a full-grown man. Stauskas, that was a Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond fell in love with Stauskas for some reason and brought that to the table. And again, I don't even at this point, like, I don't even blame Vivek for the Pete Alessandro situation. He was trying to emulate what they had done in Golden State with Bob Myers, and like Bob Myers had just been hired, if I'm not mistaken. And Jerry West was overseeing, was like on the back end as the consultant. And they tried to bring in Mullen for that position, and Pete Alessandro, who had been an agent. They were trying to emulate that a little bit. And Vivek, it was his first run as a owner. And his biggest mistake was that he hired Michael Malone before he hired Pete. He hired Pete like 2 weeks later. And that was just a big mistake. That was never Pete's guy. And then Pete, trying to save himself, brought in George Karl, and that ended up being even a bigger disaster.
Which literally everyone knew. Well, most people outside of Sacramento knew. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Do not bring George Karl in there.
That's one of my favorite moments in my career. George Karl called me an asshole in a press conference.
That's the most George Karl thing imaginable.
Yeah. New York. The Knicks were in town. All New York media. He waited till all the cameras were rolling, and he looked at me from his stool and he goes, "You're an asshole." And I'm like, okay. And then I think he called me an effing sellout. And then when we were done, we got up and started to walk away. He came up behind me and he put his arm around me. He goes, "You okay?"
You've told that George Karl story, so I hate that story. It's just George Karl just...
Yeah.
I've just heard so many bad things about him from people who worked with him really closely. And it every time you tell that story about him calling you an a-hole, it's like, it bothers me so much.
Yeah, I told him, "George, I've been called that by a much better person than you."
Yeah, which I think is a great line.
Yeah.
That's a terrific line.
Yeah,
with the draft 4 weeks away, you know, we're talking about drafts and draft picks and bust and, you know, big boards and all of these different things. And it feels like one of the teams with the most compelling picks, maybe the most compelling pick outside, of course, of the San Antonio Spurs, is the Portland Trailblazers. And it's so compelling because it's, what are you going to do with it? You landed in one of those coveted spots where not saying that this is a 3-person draft, that absolutely is far, far, far from the case. But we've regularly heard 3 names mentioned at the top. It's been Victor. For a while, it was Victor, Scoot, Brandon Miller. Now it's clearly closer to Victor and then Scoot or Brandon Miller. And then whoever doesn't go second winds up going third. Now, a million things could happen between now and then, and that could absolutely change. And it seems to, with Portland, not be so much of a who are they taking at 3, but are they drafting at 3? Or are they trading that pick? And to fit with the star-oriented segment we had earlier, what's that mean for Dame Lillard? Because drafting the pick, people will run with that as meaning something for Dame Lillard's future in Portland. Trading the pick, people will run with that as meaning something to Dame Lillard in Portland. And it's clear no matter what Dame Lillard says about Portland, it's irrelevant. The expectation is, and part of this is his own fault. He's been 10 toes down and on Portland, never asked for a trade. He's been all of that, but he was also the same guy who said, you know, I don't want another young player here. I don't want to wait 2 or 3 years for a player to develop. Now, the caveat to that quote is, because I think you're going to hear it a lot. I think that quote's going to be brought back up a lot over the course of the next 4 weeks. The caveat to that was, he made that quote before they landed at 3. Now, I don't know if drafting at 3 means anything different for Dame Lillard, but either way, I don't see Portland growing next year.
Yeah, see, the problem that Portland, like there's a lot of problems there, but
Exactly. That's why I feel the way that they do, and I don't think they're all going to be fixed this offseason.
no, well, there's no way to fix them. Well, there is, but all of it's hard. Like that's the answer. Like whether you can get something of value for the number 3. I think you can get something of great value for the number 3 pick. But why? Why are you doing that? Damian Lillard will be 33 this year. Like, I hate to tell you this, but Damian Lillard is like the chance of him winning a championship. It probably dissolved the moment that Victor Wembanyama wasn't when Portland didn't move up to number 1. Outside of that, like, how are you going to get to a point? If you go out and use a number 3 pick to go get a star level player, there's no guarantee that you have enough with him there to go win a championship anyways. You still have like all these other legitimate playoff teams and legitimate contenders that you have to get past with a 33-year-old star. And so while I appreciate what Dame has done there in Portland, Dame has to like make a decision. Does he want to go try to chase a championship with someone else? Or does he just want to be a Portland Trailblazer forever and ride this thing out and allow this franchise to do what's best for them? And the biggest issue that I have is that you have Damian Lillard is like the guy there, but you went out last offseason and you got a new GM who was there already, right? And was it Cronin, right?
No, is it Neil O'Shea? I don't know.
No, he's gone.
Oh, is he? He's gone. Okay.
Oh no, that was a fiery mess. Yeah, that was the whole investigation.
He was.
And everything else.
Yeah.
They have Joe Cronin, but the problem that I have is that their assistant GM is Mike Schmitz, and Mike. The reason why you go out and you get Mike Schmitz, who is the foremost draft expert in the world, you go out and you get him so you can do the right thing and build your team the right way. But what you can't do is have it both ways. You can't have a team that's building from the ground up and a guy who is who's 33 years old on the way down. Like, it doesn't, like, again, we talk about father time. Like Damian Lillard can probably be good for another 4 years, but even still being good, he's not playing 82 games a year. He's not hardly playing. Like 2 years ago, he played like 27 games. So like, what do you do with him and how do you manage this? And so you can't have your franchise going in 2 directions at one time. That's not how it works. You can't hold on to the past and start fresh with new and think that it's gonna work out. So I don't know how they manage this.
I think trading that pick for someone to play with Dame could be disastrous for this franchise for a long time. Because one, you just made a great point. There's clearly there's no guarantee they'll win a championship. I get there's no guarantee for anyone. You want to put them in the best position to succeed, but it's not so much the number 3 pick that I worry about. It's that if Portland makes the overtures about trading the number 3 pick, a team's going to know this is a win a championship move to placate Dame Lillard. What else can I get from them? Is it Simons? Is it Shaden? Is it how many picks get, like, what can I just take from them in their desperation? And that potentially destroys them for far longer than making either the difficult decision of trading Dame Lillard and going kind of a Sam Presti route, or, and this is probably the most unpopular one, is maintaining relevance by having a young team there that has a potential to be really, really exciting, and Dame Lillard's still on the squad. I think they were 33 and 49 last year. I don't know if that's indicative of what they'll be next year, but
we keep saying
Dame,
that.
Yeah, but
we keep saying it.
I got
Like,
you.
that might not be who they are. No, they showed you who they are for a couple of years now. They're not a good basketball team, and that's it.
Do you think they have a coaching problem?
Well, yeah, I mean, and like,
Kind of
what is
feels
he
like
supposed
they
to
mighta
do?
yeah.
What is he supposed to do, though? I mean, it's not like he has supreme talent. I mean, again, like,
No, he doesn't, but they also might have missed the mark with Chauncey.
well, I don't disagree. Like I told you that at the beginning of this season coming
Mhm.
in. I mean, we were looking, if you remember, we were looking at the Lakers and Portland as the primary competitors for the Kings for the final couple of spots in the playoffs. That's what last offseason was about. And I told you guys, I will take Mike Brown over Darvin Ham and Chauncey Billups any day of the week. The Kings had the best coach of the three. I still believe that today. The Kings have the best coaches. Now, Darvin Ham, like they were able to get to, the Western Conference Finals, but he also had LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and then his GM went out and got him like 5 brand new players at the deadline. Like there were some things.
I
that
do
happened.
think Darvin Ham is good, though.
No, I think
I think he's going to be a really good coach.
I actually do too. I think he's going to be a very good coach. But he came into the season as an unknown.
Sure.
And how is he going to deal with adversity when it hits?
Mhm.
And the fact is, the Lakers weren't good. They weren't good the whole first half of the season.
Would Darvin Ham have called the timeout 30 seconds into the game and told Terrence Davis where to stand on defense, or told Keegan Murray where to go on a screen?
Yeah. Well, but again, he's coaching a different team, a
Right.
totally different collection of players. I think Darvin Ham did a great job, but I also know that Darvin Ham, up until the trade deadline, his team was dead in the water. I mean, we're talking about a team that was what they kept saying they want to get to the 6th seed. Then I remember telling you guys they got to jump over 6 teams.
Mhm.
They were the 13 seed. So yeah, they went out and got a bunch of players and helped them like catapult them.
Almost got there.
Yeah. And he did a great job. But like, look, I don't know how Portland builds. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't know how you build. It's really, really tough because Damian Lillard is not LeBron James, where LeBron James just like, and they don't have an AD. So you can say they can go out and get another player with that number 3 pick, but is that tandem going to be equal to LeBron and AD? I don't know.
It also
That's tough.
brings to mind, what were they trying to accomplish with the CJ McCollum trade? Because you almost feel like, oh, here we go. And then it was like, nope, we just traded CJ McCollum. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. What are you guys trying to do? Like,
I think you're trying to open the door for Simon.
Yeah, and maybe that was it.
Yeah,
maybe that was it. Maybe you opened it a year too early, though.
I guess. But again, that's a player that you're not sure that you can build around. You think you can build around, but you're not sure.
I think you could build around Shaden. I think Anthony Simons is a fine player with that. I think you could build around Scoot from everything I hear about him.
Oh, yeah.
Read about him.
I'm almost positive. Scoot's going to be a really, really good player. I mean, you said this isn't a 3-man draft, but the top 3 is a 3-man
They seem to be really, really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but the top 3 are the top 3.
Right.
I don't see anyone busting into the top 3 unless the Brandon Miller thing spins out further than it has. And outside of that, there are some really, really good players from 4 to 10, but that top 3 is pretty much set at this point.
Yeah. It's the Wiggins, Parker, Embiid thing all over again, except there's a definitive number 1. And I think there was conversations about Wiggins, Parker, and Embiid for a while. Whereas this is clearly Victor and then either Scoot or Brandon Miller. We've mentioned this before. We mentioned this at the lottery. San Antonio winning the lottery isn't going to propel them. They'll certainly be interesting, but that's a team that, as a roster-wise, is a long way away. And I feel like this whole conversation started with Houston. And Houston is a team. So I think this all started with a James Harden conversation. James Harden back to Houston seems like a foregone conclusion, whether it's 4 years, $200 million, or whatever it is. That's a team with a lot of young talent. It's a team with a no-nonsense head coach, or at least on the court, no nonsense. But what does that equate to? And this is specifically talking about next season. What does that equate to for the Houston Rockets?
Nothing.
I
don't think that they're a 10. I think that they're still 11 through 15. That's where I have them. and it doesn't matter who Portland drafts at number 3. There's still a 11 through 15. I mean, we're still talking about like Dallas is going to be part of.
So I was going to say the only team we haven't talked about yet is Dallas. And right now we've got Utah, Portland, Houston, and San Antonio all still out of the playoff picture.
Yeah. No, I would assume that that's going to be the case.
And so that leaves Dallas. I don't have a clue.
Well,
I don't even know. I don't know if Kyrie's back there. I don't know how you make Dallas better because of what we talked about yesterday. And we kind of said it today. I don't know what Luka needs.
Well, I do know that they love Kyrie. Like I had conversations when they were here, like they're like over the moon that they got him and then they would love to keep him long term. But whether that's going to happen or not, I don't think we have any idea. And how do you build around Luka? It's something that no one's been able to figure out. Now, again, the 10th pick in the draft, you can go out and get a reasonably good player. You're not going to get an all-star, but you can get a reasonably good player. But they've also swung and missed on guys like Wood.
Christian Wood.
They swung and missed there where like the stats don't tell you anything. Like he has not worked out and there's a good chance he will not be back there. So like, where do they go from here? Because that's a team that's 5 players away from being back into the conversation. And you've got a superstar. So that's one thing. And you might even have, 2 star level players, but you still need so much more. That team's a long ways away.
So the top 10 remain the same? Because that's all of them. Dallas, Utah, Portland, Houston, San Antonio.
I don't know. I'm never convinced with Minnesota. I'm not convinced with New Orleans because I think New Orleans can take a step back.
So whoever's number 11 on that list of 5 teams we just named could fall forward into the top 10 if someone's bad enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like what we were looking at going into last season where we thought that there were 3 or 4 teams for the like 9, 10, 11, 12 spot. With the Kings included in that, with Portland and the Lakers included in that. And the way it's worked out, we were way far off, but that's because the Kings became something we didn't expect, that no one expected.
The conference is really fascinating. I mean, the East is too. There's some teams. I mean, we were talking about Orlando during the commercial break. That's a team that I feel like has a direction. I don't know that Detroit does, and if they do, I don't know exactly what it is. Charlotte, I'm just banking on Charlotte continuing to fail. And perhaps most intriguing of all of them is Toronto, because you talk about needing stars, you talk about needing players. Well, we know Toronto's going with the new head coach, but are they going with the same roster? I've died on this hill since the game at the Golden One Center. Toronto's roster looks good enough to me. Their players look good enough to me. I don't know what the disconnect was. I don't know what the issue. There was clearly an issue with Nick Nurse. I don't know what it was there either. But if they go in a different direction, if they go in the direction of there's not a lot we could do here, let's start moving in a different. That's where, how can Dallas get involved in this? Of course, we've talked about Sacramento and OG Anunoby a lot, but teams that are desperately looking for something, Toronto, should they choose to go in that direction, could have a lot of say.
Yeah, I think Toronto's a team with a bunch of players that you would like. And I think the biggest thing for them is Fred VanVleet is a free agent. They don't have a good cap situation. They do have some issues from what I remember. The guy that I love there, I absolutely adore Scotty Barnes. And
he seems like the one that you would keep.
He's the guy you're going to build around for sure. And I'm not sure if they're going to build around anyone else there. But they're at a really difficult position. And then, they went out and got Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline. So they actually kind of showed you that they're going to try to do something else.
Yeah.
But they spent some bad money, like the Chris Boucher contract. It wasn't a spectacular deal. They did some moves that just you kind of spent some money that you didn't need to spend.
12 million. 13 million.
Yeah.
The Chris Boucher money was a lot.
Yeah. Even if it's 11, it still wasn't something that I thought was like, it didn't make a lot of sense, especially like he's a nice story. 12.7 last year to declining scale, 11.8 and 10.8. But they still
Oof.
owe him, like basically 22 million, and he's not young, so he's one of those guys that he fought his way into the league, but he's 30 years old, and it's not like he has a tremendous upside. He's a guy that averages 9.5 points and 5.5 rebounds. Maybe he works, maybe he sticks around, but that it's just a team that has a lot of question marks moving forward. And what do you do with a guy like Gary Trent? What do you do with Pascal Siakam? What do you do with OG Anunoby? Or do you keep them together because it feels like they should be better than they are? He has Gary Trent has a player option this year. He can opt out of for 18.8 million. He's an interesting player, and he's a guy that the Kings drafted for the Portland Trailblazers. But that he's at least intriguing. He does a lot of things that the Kings could use, but I don't know.
I mean, if he's opting out, I assume, well, they're not always going for more per year, but more in total value. So a contract for Gary Trent Jr. could be an interesting watch if he opts out. Yeah. It's like the Draymond Green thing. Like, I don't think Draymond is looking for $27 million per year. I don't think Draymond's going to get $27 million per year. It's the totality of the contract. And if it doesn't equal 27 per year, but it equals 20 and it's 3 over 60, that's different.
Yeah.
I don't know what Gary Trent would get, though, because I'm with you in that I think he's a fascinating player who could do a lot of different things.
And he's young.
But how old is he?
Well, he played this year at 24. So he's 24. His birthday's not till January. He'll be 25 in January. So he's the type of guy that, at 6'5", that I think that the Kings, like if they were going to make like a substantial change to their main rotation, he's a guy that at least interests you.
Great stuff this week, man. I had a lot of fun making you sit in that chair for 4 hours, including yesterday. Yesterday, where I think, over the 12-hour period, I think you had 5 podcasts in which you talked for, between this show podcast, I think you talked for about a combined 7 hours in a 12-hour period. So great job, man.
Thanks, man.
Great job.
I've enjoyed being here. So
make sure you check out Kenny will be back with us on Tuesday. As a reminder, we will be off tomorrow. We will be off Monday. Celebrate Memorial Day responsibly. And, man, we'll be back. Chris Haynes set to join us. We're going to work on getting Coach David Patrick on the show. He has a big camp coming up next week that we want to tell you about. And, of course, the NBA Finals will get underway. Congratulations again to Employee of the Month, Jesse.
Employee of the Month.
Have a great weekend. We will see you here Tuesday on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Yeah, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here. Yeah, that Toronto situation's wild.
That's a little weird.
Van Vliet has a player option at $22.8 million. Gary Trent, 18.5. Gary Trent's getting 18.5 if he goes somewhere else, but he's getting that. Toronto is a team that I've always said, like, sign and trade deal with Toronto would be intriguing. And the other problem they have is OG is under contract at 18.6, but then he has a player option at 19.9. At some point, Toronto probably needed to think twice about doing all these player options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they could all opt out at the same time.
All of them can opt out at the same time.
Mass exodus.
Yeah, well, within 2 years, they got Van Vliet and Gary Trent. So your starting backcourt could walk out this year, and then OG the year after. He could walk away from 20. I don't know. Someone said that that Jerry Reynolds thinks that OG Anunoby is overrated. That's okay. Like, we can all have different opinions. I love my guy Jerry, but I think that he is a game changer defensively, and the Kings need a defensive game changer. And I think offensively he's very similar to Harrison Barnes, except for he's way younger, and then on the defensive end he's elite. And I think you go from being a bad defensive team to a solid defensive team with him with potential for more, because I think he's that good.
All right, y'all, we're signing off. Again, thanks for a fun week. Have a safe weekend. And man, we will I'll do that, Dr. David. We're gonna make that a shirt. We will see you guys on Tuesday.